Hello. It's time for Sucro and Final Fantasy XIV. Neither of which is on screen right now because I forgot. But let's see. First of all, we need this. Secondly, we need the game capture to actually be looking at Final Fantasy XIV. Ta-da! And now we have to stop playing Doom 2 music, unfortunately. The healer stalks. That's my funny joke, because it's the healing role quests today. Which I have never seen before. I will be playing as a scholar. Hopefully I remember at least a little bit about how scholar works. And also how to play the video game. It's so weird not having the Doman restoration at the start of streams anymore, either. Because I don't really have anything to do to lead into stuff. I just kind of have to jump right in. I do have a carbuncle. As you may recall, scholars gained the ability to make their fairies look like a carbuncle instead. Recently. I do kind of miss EOS a little bit sometimes, but I don't really play as a scholar that often, so not very often, I guess. Anyway, traditions and travails. A hardy-looking dwarf stands before you, draining a flagon of ale remarkably swiftly given the helmet. Ah, comedy. Comedy alcoholism. Great. I don't love it. Don't you know better than to sneak up on a dwarf mid-flagon? Nod. I do know better. Not even a proper greeting neither. Look here. Lally-ho! The name's Gyat. Lally-ho! I wonder if this is different if you know that emote or not. See, now that's a greeting. Lally-ho's aside, just who are you anyway? I dare say I'd remember someone like yourself if we'd ever met. I'm Sucro, I'm a cat. They're from the same strange land as the Crystal Exarch, you say? Well, well, well. He's an odd sort, the Exarch is. He knows things, right? And he's got some sort of mystical power. Don't suppose you're the same, are you? Because I could use someone with power, the likes of which this world has never known. I'm hunting sin eaters, you see. Well, one in particular. Leave it to me. A healer and not half bad at the job, eh? I like your confidence. I wish I could take your word for it, since you sound like just what I'm looking for, but I'll have to ask you to prove it. Questioning head tilt. There's no need for that. Listen here, the sin eater I hunt ain't your average abomination. You can't blame me for wanting to make sure that I'm not leading you to your grave. That would be bad for both of us. For the both of us. So get yourself on over to the Forest of the Lost Shepherd and we'll see what you got. An entire questline dedicated to how finicky it is to heal NPCs that aren't considered to be in your party. Yay. Well, I'm guessing on that part. Though I think I might have some solutions to that. Maybe. Anyway. But yeah, hello and welcome. Healer role quests. Hooray. By the way, started a bit late today. But, you know, I stealthily changed the time on the schedule, excuse me, the schedule on various places to starting at 7 to 8 and not just 7, or around 7. Because I feel like that's just more accurate to what it's been in recent times. I was double checking that it was Friday for a second. But yeah, it just seems more accurate. Alright. Oh, Sucro, glad you found the place alright. Now for the prey. That'll do. I just take a deep breath and... Hey, your mother was a hobgoblin and you ain't much to look at neither. Come here and face me, you craven shite. Does a 180 turn on the spot. Ah, the provoke ability. Oh. Ugh. Though Gyat lies prone, the creature appears indisposed to cease its rampage. It seems that it will have to be dealt with. Shrug. Was I supposed to be healing? Or... Well, RIP. There are more pressing matters at hand. Well, if you say so, I guess. Alright, let's hope I remember how to play Scholar. I know that the damage rotation part's not terribly complicated, so... Hooray, I did it. Oh, automatic healing. Ah, see, that wasn't so bad. I reckon that I broke 3 or so ribs and at least 1 femur there, but my bones feel just fine now, better than before, actually. And that beast gave you no trouble. Seems you're just what I'm looking for after all. Shrug. We can talk about the rest back at the Crystarium over a drink or 3. The folks at the Wandering Stairs know how to keep them coming. Meet me there. Don't make Sucro drink alcohol or I will be sad. So this one's... First of all, the sensitivity on the map is higher than I think it should be. Secondly, this one seems to be framed as more of a comedy. At the start, anyway. Comedy is occurring. Allegedly. Sound effects. There ain't nothing like a flagon of ale after a well-earned victory. Did you hit your head or you didn't do anything? You didn't do anything. I didn't say it was my victory. Of course, I did find myself a partner of uncommon skill, so maybe it was. Huh. Whatever you want to call what we just did, doing it helped us understand each other sure enough. I've seen that you're a masterful fighter, and you learned that I'm fearless as the stone, and so a fellowship is forged. Well, okay. Now that I'm sure you won't get yourself killed, I can tell you about the sin eater I'm after. It's one of the so-called cardinal virtues, Sophrosine, and it's a nasty piece of work. Each of the virtues looks like one of the fools who brought the flood upon us, but this one takes after the worst of the bunch. Lamit, disgrace to all dwarven kind. Knowing that one of our own people was a warrior of light is bad enough, but Sophrosine being out there looking all dwarf-like, well, it don't help matters, accursed thing. Council of Elders, they don't want to live with the shame of Lamit's sins no more. So the head of the council, the eldermost seer, stay with me here, gave me this job. Hunt down Sophrosine, slay it, see it don't keep sullying our good name. I'm our strongest warrior, so if anyone's going to do it, it has to be me. That's fine, I'm more than up for a contest of might. The problem I'm having, though, is that Sophrosine keeps healing itself, and it's, well, deeply annoying. I suppose it's because Lamit herself was some kind of master of the art. But Sophrosine's healing is so powerful that no matter how hard I whack it, I can't leave a scratch. To make matters worse, it also flies around carefree as you please. resurrecting other Sin Eaters. We'll be up to our eyeballs in them forever if we can't do something about those curative powers. That's where you come in, right? Limit doesn't deserve your scorn, you know. Listen, I know you have your own ways, and that's just fine. But whether you care much for dwarven honor or not, you have to agree that a Sin Eater that can raise its fellows from the grave is a danger to us all. As for Limit, you should know that being a dwarf is about respect and tradition, and she never did. Never. You might not have heard, but the tales say that Limit roamed the land without her helm. She willingly showed her face to those who weren't kin. She knew full well it would dishonor her and us all, and she did it anyway. Then there's the part about bringing doom on all the world. Not one of our taboos, really, but it's generally frowned upon. And now she's back, face bare to the world, a Sin Eater. What could make a dwarf go so wrong? Ah, but we have ale to drink and Sin Eaters to hunt, in that order. You healed my body, sure enough, but I'll need a few more flagons to restore my vigor. And by a few, I mean about 100. Come and find me later. Shrug. Well, alright then. It's later now. Gyat shows no sign of having ceased drinking at any point since your last meeting. And how are you? You looking at me? You got something to say? Oh boy. Gotcha, eh? Ah, of course I remember my new partner. And I ain't drunk neither, I'm a dwarf. It'll take more than, well, however much I had to get me under the table. Now you know one more thing about me. This'll only strengthen our fellowship, I'm sure. But we'll need more than a sense of camaraderie if we're out to take down Sulphur Sign. So I'm thinking we should start with observation. Get you a look at its healing powers. Let you see what you're dealing with. Now this is the perfect place to overhear the right sort of information if you listen. Don't get the wrong idea. I don't let it get in the way of no important drinking, but I do pay attention. Anyway, what I heard is that Sulphur Sign's been spotted in Calusia. Then I remembered there's a little pub over in Stillside. The Leaky Keel it's called, and they make a decent brew. Some of the folk there should be able to point us in the right direction. This is a quest line about alcohol funny, and I don't think that's true about alcohol. I'm sure that it'll have other features, though. Probably. Hopefully. We can hope. I can hope. I remember this place. And just what are you looking at? Fine, fine, no need to give me that murderous stare, I know what you're thinking. That Gyat, you think to yourself, always drinking and lounging about and drinking some more. What a sluggard, what a drunkard. What a magnificent beard, I wish I had a beard like that. Yes, I know, you don't need to explain yourself to me. Sucro has shrugged more than Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Or will have shrugged more than Final Fantasy Mystic Quest by the end of this questline. We really should work on finding you a sense of humor. Why don't we find you a better one instead? Maybe deal with that after Sulphur Sign. It might take a while. Anyway, you'll be happy to hear that while I was waiting, I got my hands on some prime information. Also some excellent wine, which... No, information first. Right, so according to the local fisherfolk, quite a few Sin Eaters have turned up near the Bright Cliff lately. I suggest we go there and kill as many as we can find. We can't say for sure where Sulphur Sign will appear next, but if it's in the area, it won't pass up a chance to revive its fallen friends, right? And while we're at it, you can vent some of that pent-up rage you got. Don't need to be so pretty so long as the job gets done. Just make sure to find me again before Sulphur Sign shows up, you hear? I hope at some point during this questline you talk to Gyat, and Gyat just says, "Pay me 25 gold pieces for a cup of coffee," and then like zooms off screen at 50 miles per hour and you do the shrug again. That's like the main instance of the shrug in Mystic Quest that I remember. I mean, it happens constantly, but I remember that moment distinctly. Anyway. It'd probably be more like pay me 25 gold pieces for a mug of ale at this point. Someone else is doing the healing questline. I guess I could summon Boser. No reason not to. The Art of War is punching the ground. Art of War 2 is still one of the funnier skill names in this game to me. They made a sequel to The Art of War. Those wacky scholars. That should do it. Now we wait to see if Software Sign shows itself. Over in those bushes, say. And I've got the wine right here. What bushes? This is behind a rock. Close enough, I guess. Gasp. There, that's it. Well, that's certainly the raise spell. See, it revived the other one. What? Hey, what's wrong? My hand is going through my hat. Give me a moment. Also, yeah, Limit did wear the helmet. A fair amount. What a lonely place to die. The world outside is even worse than I feared. Is someone there? Hey, Ardbert. Is someone there? Wheeze. You're alive? Oh, why didn't you say so? Can't do much for the dead, but the living, that's a whole other matter. So this is like really early on, Ardbert and Limit. I can't believe it. All my wounds healed. Thank you, kind stranger. Nod. You sure are lucky that I passed by. You really might have died, you know. You hear no argument from me. I was a fool. The thought that the hobgoblin I was after might have friends lying in wait never so much as crossed my mind. I shouldn't have been out here alone. I don't remember how to do an Ardbert voice. With your magic to keep me fighting, though, their numbers wouldn't pose such a problem. What do you say? You don't look to have a party of your own yet. I could certainly use a man like you on my side. I'm no man, you unripened gourd. You unripened gourd. I never been so insulted in all my life. Let me tell you what's what. I'm Limit, proud daughter of the Toll family. And if I catch you mocking me again, I'll put you right back the way I found you, you hear? Yes, ma'am. I certainly didn't mean to offend. The beard misled me, you see. Ardbert did not know about Dwarf. And so, the Final Fantasy main theme started to play. And that's that. Look, Ardbert, treasure. So they were like the first friends of the party. You certainly look the hero. Now let's see you act like one. Interesting. We didn't know who the first new member of the Ardbert crew was. Hello, Sucro. Hey, you honorless lout, half-empty flagon, mangy pox bearer. Your mother was a hob and your face looks like a newborn's arse. Hey, that's really rude. Look. What is the matter with you? Or that was colorful. That was colorful. Straight-faced as always. A refreshing round of insults always cheers me up, but I'm starting to wonder if you have as much trouble with fun as you do with jokes. You sure your mother ain't a hob? Shrug. The shrug is good. Fine, never mind. At least we got what we came for. And you didn't miss much. After Soffersign brought the other eater back to life, they both floated off to who knows where. But what happened to you? I have headache visions sometimes. So Soffersign... No, the real Lamet's passed? Ah, I knew you'd had some kind of weird power. Sounds to me like what you witnessed was the beginning of Lamet's journey right after she left home. It's odd. You say she was wearing a helm and she helped out that injured traveler just like any dwarf of honor would do. Maybe she wasn't born a monster. But then... Questioning head tilt? It don't sit right with me neither, but standing around wandering about it won't do nothing but make us thirsty. We're done here, so let's go back to the Crystarium. Okay. I feel like the sensitivity of the right control stick on the map menu used to be lower, and I wonder if there is a way that I accidentally increased it. I suppose it's not a major concern regardless. Ah, there ain't nothing like a flagon of ale after a job well done. Don't give me that look, I did stuff this time, you saw! And you also saw Soffersign work its magic. But since you haven't said nothing about it yet, I'm guessing you didn't have no sudden revelations about how to stop it. Don't worry, I didn't expect you to solve my whole problem just like that. I only need you to remember what you saw today, keep it in your mind, and maybe something will come to you when you're working your magic elsewhere. Me, I like to think while I drink, it's the most efficient way. So you can find me here if you need me. I'll let you know when I have a plan. You have a plan yet? Lolly ho! Looks like you've been training hard. In fact, your muscles are so much bigger it's almost like there's 3 of you. Shrug. Yes, I'm joking as you know, but you do seem stronger. I don't suppose you came up with a clever plan for stopping Soffersign while you were at it. Hello and welcome. Shake head. Don't worry, I have another test in mind that'll get us some information. Then we'll be better set to think of something. We'll be killing Sin Eaters again, but this time you're healing them. Well, trying to anyhow. I don't expect it to work. Sin Eaters ain't like us, or like any sort of normal creature. But by seeing your healing magic fail to heal them, we should learn why it don't work. And then maybe we can figure out what's so different about Soffersign. I heard from folks passing through that stray Sin Eaters find their way to Amarang pretty often. Meet me at Mordsuk and be ready for carnage. Interesting plan. The scientific method. Sleep is required, you say? I see. I believe it's on my hotbar. Yeah, it's over there. Repose. Right over here. Sleep is the wizard, the magic DPS version. I put everything on my hotbar all the time, even though it's like, except for like Physic as a summoner, I might not have that on my hotbar. You know, I heard that the liquor here ain't fit to drink, but it's not half bad. Gets the job done with a real kick. I know what you're thinking. That Gyat always down in one ale or another, you think to yourself. And so good at it too. Blah, 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 blah. I'm sympathetic, I am, but my drinking is important. No, indispensable. Dwarves get fiercer the more they drink. Really fuels the fire within. I can see you don't believe me. Fine, you leave me no choice. I'll show you. I'll go on ahead and dice some sin eaters in the time it takes you to finish off this moored swill here. Sculpt that down and come find me southeast of here. You'll see. No, don't make me drink it. A half-finished bottle of alcohol, apparently purchased by Gyat, sits on the mat. The local concoction within is a deep brown, and from it wafts a stench that can only be described as atrocious. Drink it? No. A feeling of foreboding, be it an effect of the echo or something more instinctual, overpowers you when you so much as look at the contents of the bottle. You decide to abstain and make up an excuse to tell Gyat later. Very good, very good. Only Mord enjoy our brew. No one else ever drank as much as that dwarf. Or drink as much. I just don't want Sucro to drink alcohol, god dang it. I was worried it was going to force me to do that. Hello. I don't think alcohol is funny. This might cause major problems with the conceit of this questline's opening segments. The eater appears to have been roundly bludgeoned by a rather over-enthusiastic maul wielder. Yeah? See, your average sin eater's no match for me, not with the power of tradition and alcohol on my side. As a matter of fact, I put down another before I got to this one here, but I did the job a bit too well. Really mangled the thing. It was pretty gross, flattened in all the wrong places with bits poking out and the like, so I got it out of here. Anyway, you get the idea. I drink a lot, I kill stuff. You have to admit it's an effective strategy. Now that we've got our Sin Eater patient, you can try out your healing on it. Go on. Automatic healing again. I think the problem might be that it's dead, and I would need to cast a raise spell. As we thought, nothing. Did you figure out the why of it? I think it was never really alive to begin with, or healing magic and Sin Eaters just don't mix. Probably, yeah, it's probably not actually alive in the same sense. Healing magic probably does something with one's ether, and Sin Eaters have like stagnant ether, so you know. You're right on that one. Sin Eaters may look like people or beasts, but it's like they're just pretending. They're not truly alive. Only the light drives them, keeps them going like winding an automaton. And healing magic ain't meant for restoring life to something that didn't have none to begin with. But if Sulphur Sign's power ain't like the healing magic we know, what is it? Thinking. I also wonder why it don't come and revive this one. Is it just too far away to take notice? Then again, I never heard tell of it appearing at Holminster Switch neither. So many Sin Eaters got killed there, you'd think it would take note eventually. So I only resurrect some Sin Eaters and not others. This is all too much thinking and not enough drinking. To the Crystarium. Shrug. It is a good hat. This is her healer glamour for right now. This is also the hat that she wore during Realm Reborn, except dyed black instead of dyed a brown color. On occasion, I miss Sucro's classic hat from Realm Reborn, so I worked it into at least one outfit somewhere. I accidentally selected someone named Mia Mew, which is a good name for a cat lady, I think. Also, I should set myself to busy, probably. Not that I've been getting random invites or anything recently, but still. Do a spin. The mort stuff's alright, but this here is fine ale. At least that's what my body tells me, and I always listen. That's how I keep my muscles primed and my spirits high. Speaking of, would it kill you to relax a little? Being so serious all the time can't be good for you, and the silent staring just makes you seem morose. We won't kill Soffersign any faster for not drinking, that's for sure. Nothing comes easy to sober folks. That's why I need a few more in me before I can really get to work figuring out why Soffersign does what it does. I keep feeling like I'm missing something obvious, but Sigh. Peptidine bismuth? Is that some sort of medication? I don't know that one. Comedy noise, music. Ah, I see. Oh. Oh, right, yeah, okay, I'm seeing the Pepto-Bismol connection now. Polly-o, I'd ask if you're here for a drink, but I know you ain't. You got that serious look about you as usual. I've got my usual here too, my 5th round of it, in fact. Ha! Shrug. Why so few, you ask? Well, I stepped away for a while to do some research, but that Morin bloke kicked me right out of the cabinet of curiosity, and then banned me for life. Spill just a wee bit of meat on the books and he chases you out with the fury of 1,000 floods. Man could use a drink if you ask me. Fold arms. What's the glare for? Don't tell me you're siding with him over me. We're supposed to be partners. After I worked so hard to find us new information on Suffersign. Drank so much, sat with those dusty tomes until not but when both of my buttocks went numb. So did you find anything? Or yeah, that sounds like you. Sucro's not having it today. Joy? I know, ain't I great? And I have the most magnificent beard. Well, okay, sure. Sucro... I'm guessing that... I don't know. That was weird. Why did I do Joy there? Anyhow, I did get some new information from a reliable source. A drinking buddy of mine. Soffersign was seen recently in the Raktika Greatwood. If we do some of our signature either slaying in the forest, there's a chance we'll draw it out. I figure that sitting around thinking is getting us nowhere, and research can only take us so far, so why not? Maybe fighting it together will teach us something we couldn't learn otherwise. We can't kill it, but the two of us should be more than capable of getting a few whacks in and making an escape. I fought it before and come away fine, mostly. So that's the plan. Meet me at Slitherbow. Then we go a-pummelin'. Nod. Okay. Sigh. There you are. I didn't mention it earlier, but I've been here looking for Soffersign before. I know most everyone in Slitherbow, actually. Sure, they seem an odd lot at first, what with worship in the darkness and all. But once you get to know them, share a few drinks, they're not bad folks. Make a fine wine, too. Shame you can't get it anywhere else. Anyhow, they've been helping me out while I enjoy the local spirits. Seems that Soffersign's shown itself in the blind forest of Ixmaya, east of here. Let's get out there and slay a few Sin Eaters each, like we did before. See if that brings it to us. Okay. Lahi. I forgot about Lahi. I wasn't prepared. You might wonder, how do you forget about Lahi? Good question. Forgiven Shame is an interesting enemy to encounter in this questline. given the discussion of Lamit not following the dwarven tradition of wearing a helmet. And how that is seen as shameful and all that. That could be on purpose. Folly is just a pretty catch-all sin eater name, though. That could be anything. Forgiven mistake, forgiven error, forgiven bad. There should be sin eaters called forgiven bad. That would be funny. Anyway, time to probably have a vision of the past or something. Right, that looks good. Well, not good, but you take my meaning. Now we settle in and hope that Software Sign's feeling charitable today. Or maybe we fight Software Sign now, I don't know. Oh, we actually are hiding behind this singular plant this time. Where is it? I'm nearly out of wine. Oh, there! Don't forget, we still need to find out how it does what it does, so make sure you're watching, not just walloping. Nod. Well, okay then. Watch closely. Wait for it. There! Why doesn't it fix the other one, though? Well, it makes our lives easier, I guess. Charge! Take down the weakling first. Puff. So here's my cool plan to make this work out. Is to set the targeting to all so I can target Giat ever. Assuming that even works. No, for software's. Oh, shite. Wait. Oh, he became untargetable. How does it do that so fast? Swiftcast? Alright, divide and conquer then. You take software sign. It's working, keep at it. What does this do again? Ah, right. That's just a heal. Ah, take that shit. What? And now re-raise, or life 3, probably. Did we do it? Surely not. Nope. Definitely not. Of course not. Healing magic is so annoying. No offense intended. What? Sucro? Oh, not again. Etherpact is kind of weird. I'm not an expert at Scholar or anything. Okay, now we have multiple people in the crew. Oh. Owl from Hard Mode Library is here? Okay, so we have Ardbert, Limit, Renderay, and Mystery Lady, who we still don't know what her deal is. Silva, yeah. So this is the Guardian. You excited, Limit? Yes, of course. Come this far and I will claim the legacy of Ronka. Surprise, this battle was 2 battles. In the coming battle, you will fight as Limit. Okay, so what do we have? We'll follow your lead, Limit. Okay, so Ronkin Medica, Ronkin Asuna, Ronkin Stone, Ronkin Cure, Ronkin Renew. Is this a region? Ooh. Oh no, this is Benediction or whatever. Yeah, alright, sure. Okay, you're not literally the same owl, but you're pretty close. It's good that I learned how to change my targeting, like, a time or 2 ago, because I accidentally changed it and had to ask about it. Okay, I don't even have a dot. You got it, then. I'll keep it busy. Thank you for turning it away from the party, Silva. Something happened to Renderay. I don't know what. I don't know what's coming, but it can't be good. Alright, so I'm gonna need to, like, renew you, probably. You got... yeah. Okay. Hardbert off tank. Moments. I'm not successfully reading all the dialogue. This is actually a more healing focused fight than many fights are as an actual healer, I think. Which is funny. Or maybe I just feel compelled to heal more. Oh. Hit it with everything you got. That was maybe the simplest of the fights here. Here as in like the role quest. That was maybe the easiest flashback fight. Everyone all right? All's well. Now let's get what we came for. The lost restorative magic of Ronka. It's Owl. It's understandable. I was nervous it would be more difficult. Or like more complicated, I guess, would be a better way of saying it. Can you sense the power in it? Yes, there can be no mistake, Silva. This is it, and my only path is forward. Disc. Wise Guardian, in the name of the Royal House Oronka, I implore you, grant me your knowledge. You gonna learn Holy? Wait, no, it's supposed to be a healing spell. Is this gonna be like Life 3? Re-raise? Limit! Oh, it's Crystal. I did it! The spell is mine at long last. I can save my sister. And you will. We'll meet up with Brandon and Yelbert, and then we'll see you home. Everyone nods. And then this went horribly wrong somehow. Probably. I don't know. Maybe. Hey, you she of inferior beardliness, egg-face, hob-daughter, get it together for stone's sake. Seeing into the past is a nice trick and all, but could you maybe, oh, I don't know, wait until we're not in mortal peril next time? Driving Soffersign away without pulverizing you in the bargain was no mean feat. If I weren't, well, me, we'd both be dead right about now. I can't choose when I get a headache. Shrug. I hope you learned something worth the trouble, at least. I sorta did. Salamit was after a spell from old Ronka. That could be the secret of Soffersign's power, but it's hard to know for sure. Whatever Limit did to pry those secrets out of the ruins was right complicated, by the sound of it. And she took the power with her. Nod. We need to think on how we can confirm what you saw, maybe find out what the magic actually does. Yes, over a nice mug of ale. No mead. No, ale first, then mead. Or maybe none of those things. I'm somehow every single time scrolling past that by mistake. My retainers complete adventures. Golden silk. That sounds valuable, but I don't know if it is. Anyway. Probably not as valuable as it sounds. Either that or it's worth like 500 billion. It can only be one or the other. Wait. I was just thinking she has a similar name to the mystery elf and looks sort of similar. Nothing goes down so well after a fight than ale. Ain't no higher truth in this world than that. Don't give me those "oh there goes Giot waxing philosophical about the ale again" eyes. I'm doing this for your own good. It's plain that you never had a proper education. I see. It's like this, you pick the right booze for the right job. You got your ale for before and after physical fights, of course, but you also got mead for reading, wine for singing, and your hard liquor for those times when you need to tell some Hobson to go stick his head in the forge. Me, I'll be switching to the mead. I'm thinking I might find something about what happened to Lemet's sister if I look through my village's old annals. And hopefully I can get my hands on some historical records of Ronka, more than be damned. I don't know what you'll be getting yourself into while I'm at it, but you make sure to bring the right drink for the job. I'll let you know when I got something worth pursuing. I am curious about the value of this golden silk. Let's take a look. $48 gil. What does Zuko probably drinks like water, milk, some juices, maybe tea. That's probably about it. And on whatever note that this was, I'm going to BRB. Sucro will sit down for a second. Hello. I am here again. Oh, where did Carbuncle go? I think Carbuncle disappeared because of the you will play as a different character section, maybe. Hey, well there's some tea, I guess. There you are. I need less mead. Yeah, you heard me. Less, but more ale. Much more. Wait, you ain't the waitress? Shrug. I know you want to say something, but you won't. You'll think that'll just encourage me. Well, maybe that's what I want you to think. Or maybe, you know, that's what I want you to think. All this time I thought I was annoying you, but actually, that can't be. All this rubbish about lost civilizations must be getting to me. I've read a dozen histories and I still don't know nothing about that magical limits. But I did find those where she would have gone if she wanted to see her sister, and it's in Tomra. So what do you say? Come and visit my home. I'll be waiting for you when you get there. Okay. I may have forgotten to tell Sukra how to get here. That's unfortunate. Come to think of it, I ain't sure she can get here. Tunnel's only for dwarves and... Sukro, where'd you come from? Teleport. So it was you folks that got the ladder moving? Huh. I can't believe you managed that, and didn't even tell me, just when you think you know a person. Yes, that's a joke. Anyhow, the place I want to show you is just over there. Follow me. There's... multiple? Wait, what's this other one? Oh, that's... Ah, right. One of these is for... Yeah. One of these is for unlocking the dwarf quests, presumably. Ah, wait, underground, probably. Maybe? Yeah, underground. So there's a way underground somewhere. I feel like I had this exact problem before. Yeah. Nothing to worry about. This monstrosity came flying at my face, rudely I might add, when I unsealed the old tunnels. But everything's under control. As you can see, I gave it an old-fashioned dwarven decking. Old tunnels? Yeah, they're the reason I brought you here. Can't say I was expecting such a nasty welcome, but maybe I should've. Let me explain. We don't use it no more, but before the flood, dwarves lived in this place. Only the sick ones, mind. In those days, there was this illness called stone blight. Turned your skin to stone bit by bit. It was just a matter of time. A few months or a few years until you were petrified completely. No one knew where it came from, but they did know it was contagious. So they locked them all up. Here in the Blight Warrens. They needed to keep it from spreading, because there was no cure, not back then. So she needed a spell of Cure Petrify. What? And they don't have helms. Limit, was it not enough to leave without permission, or to return unbidden, bringing these strangers into our home? You knew full well that entering the Blight Wardens is forbidden. How many of our traditions must you trample before you're satisfied? If you so refuse to pay respect. If you so refuse to respect our heritage, you have no place here. As head of the council, I hereby banish you. You are no longer a dwarf. Be gone and never return. Be gone! Have you lost your wits? Limit just cured your people, her sister and all the others. She left your village to find a way to save them, and she did. She did what no one else would. Your words have no weight here, outsider. This is a dwarven matter. Silence. Silence! I will not be silent. You have no idea what Limit has been through. That's enough, Ardbert. Whatever my reasons, I did break our laws. I did so knowing that this would be the result. I will accept my punishment. I leave my dwarven pride behind today. And that's why you removed your helmet. Limit! If Limit is leaving, so am I. You probably didn't think much of us after you shoved us in there to die, but it was awfully hard to breathe. We all took our helms off. Limit's going to be banished for breaking our traditions, and I should be too. As the young lady says, none of us is perfect. It ain't right that Limit should be the only one punished for it, especially seeing as she was saving us. Come on, exiles. We keep our faces plain for all to see and our heads held high. Oh, everyone. Nod. Huh. That's a really good reason for, removing the helm. Traditions can cause a lot of problems. Are you sure you're alright with this? We could go back. We could. What, pummel the elders with your axe? I know you're not that fledgling adventurer who got knocked flat by Hobbs anymore. You could probably defeat even our strongest warriors, but forget it. We have more important things to worry about. We still haven't found what caused the illness in the first place. If it really is the Shadowkeeper again, well, you know what we have to do. If this is what it takes to save our world, I will give up my home and more, Ardbert. And anyway, it's not all bad. I don't think I really understood before. How beautiful it is out here. How nice the wind feels. Oh yeah, we did. It is nice, isn't it? And for what it's worth, I'm glad you're here, helmet or no. Oh. Ardbert, thank you. Okay, this flashback did give me emotions. Oh no, mystery elf lady. What are you up to? Smirk? Are you the Shadowkeeper or something? I forgot what the Shadowkeeper looks like already. Was it the... Hey, Hobdaughter, ugly. Look, I'm running out of insults here. I'm starting to feel bad. Just wake up already. Weird shadow wolf with too many eyes. Okay, I was remembering that correctly. Finally. Well, that was harrowing. About as soon as you started doing your thing, that Sin Eater decided to rise from the dead. I suppose that's mostly my own fault for not dealing it an extra blow or two just in case. Anyhow, what did you see? A lot of emotional stuff. I knew it. I knew that Limit was the one who cured Stoneblight. It had to have been. She saved all of them. And they exiled her for it. And the head of the Council of Elders. ... Oh, sorry, I suppose I wandered off. Got caught up in my own thoughts. Actually, can you give me a moment? Or maybe a while? I'm just not sure what to think is all. I don't want to keep you from your other work, so see you later. Giat isn't drinking. This is the... I've heard of this description being mentioned before, I think. I think it was brought up when we talked about this in the past at some point. Oh, hello there, Sucro. Wow, I can either throw out insults or say lolly-ho. Lolly-ho! Well, I mean, lolly-ho! Oh, and a lolly-ho to you! I'm impressed. You knowing to give me a lolly-ho just now shows you really picked up on the finer parts of dwarven culture. That really helped, thanks. I was so busy dwelling on that business with Limit that I almost forgot the news I had for you about Soffersign. You remember the Sin Eater I killed in the Blight Warrens? Well, while you were gone, Soffersign showed up to revive it. Seeing that convinced me. Questioning head tilt? I mean, you remember how I was wondering why Soffersign don't revive every Sin Eater we take down, right? Well, we learned from your vision that the dwarves that Limit cured of Stoneblight went into exile of their own volition. As you can see, the village was spared the worst of the flood, but the folks that left, well, probably weren't. Which means... they became Sin Eaters. Oh. Right, so it's the only thing that makes sense. Those poor souls couldn't go back to the village, so they got caught in the flood. They became Sin Eaters. Soffersign is still saving them, even now. And that gave me an idea. As we figured before, Soffersign ain't alive, but Limit wanted so badly to heal those dwarves that it's still following suit. Like a reflex its body can't forget. The last time Limit saw those folks she healed, they were helmless, leaving their home for the last time. She probably never forgot the sight of them. So Soffersign goes around healing helmless dwarves to this day. You see the solution, right? Helms! So simple, it's brilliant. Or that incredible, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. So simple, it's brilliant. Honestly, good idea. Isn't it just? Not as brilliant as my beard maybe, but few things are. Now whether clapping a helm onto Soffersign will keep it from healing itself, I can't say. It'll depend on whether the thing sees itself as another helmless dwarf. I don't seem to have much in the way of self-awareness, so I think it's worth a shot. Fortunately, we won't need to wait to find out. Came around not too long before you did, so if we kill the right sort of Sin Eaters, it should still be close enough to notice. Let's get to it. I misunderstood your solution as you removing your helm as like a distraction, which might also happen, or might also work. Because I'm pretty sure that Giat removes their helm at some point. But that might be completely unrelated. Well, not completely unrelated. It's probably part of the quest line, but you know what I mean. It's maybe not the plan. The idea of just like Running up to the Sin Eater and putting a helmet on the Sin Eater is pretty funny, though. Probably could have teleported. All right, the on fire party ruins. Am I going in completely the wrong direction? Because I sure am going in the completely wrong direction, because even though I've set it to be ignored, the map is still pointing me towards the near zone. How annoying. I wasn't going completely the wrong direction. I was just going too far. And also, like, partially the wrong direction. Anyways. Might have to either remove that quest or, like, complete all of that off camera at some point. Okay. Just leave the map open. That's the solution. Wow, 3 of them. I refuse to care. That's the power of being level 90. And eye level 610. Which I could improve slightly, it turns out. Very slightly. This is just Sucro's portrait for everything right now. Yeah, I know they aren't connected to anything, and I don't have to do them. I just want to remove the quests from being marked. Get them out of the way, etc. I'm not going to stream the rest of them. I've decided that Nier makes me too uncomfortable for that. As I've explained before, but I guess I didn't need to explain it again, probably. All right, more battle. Right, so we got our Sin Eaters, we got our helms. Now we wait. When Software Sign shows up, we'll test out a helm on the bait first. That'll also save us from having to kill it over and over. This feels familiar. Ah, at last! A bit less toppling over on your part this time, if you please. Nod. To be fair, I did that after the fight, though Software Sign revived, so it wasn't really after the fight. In the same way. Wait for it to be distracted with healing the one, then we healing the other one, then we strike. Sleep resistance, I noticed. Now charge! We'll try this on the Lesser Eater first. I'll give it a bit of a pummeling, then you put it to sleep with repose. That'll give me the chance to slip the helm on. I doubt it'll take to nap in mid-battle unless it's nearly ready to drop, so wait for my signal, you hear? Alright. Cast repose. You got it. Now let's get that ugly mug of yours covered up. Incredible. Ain't that a sight? I'm really glad that they actually put the helmet there. On the model. Wait, what was it? Was it this one? No, that's not the right button at all. Yeah, okay, that's the one that makes that a double heal, I think. That's the one that spreads it, yeah. I never remember if the indicator that increases in size or increases. I don't remember if that means you have to get away more. Hello and welcome. Thank you for petting Calico. I don't remember what this, if this means you need to move away or like. For some reason, it always gave the impression that you needed to move farther away when that one happens on against you, which is false, I guess. That's what I was looking for. Helm. Oh, wait. I'm supposed to put you to sleep. There we go. I stopped thinking. Now we can. Oh, wicked white, that's annoying. Are these ones maybe trying to protect it? Does some part of them remember? No time to ponder that now. Helm's away. I accidentally used that. I didn't mean to. What is this again? Oh, that's dissipation, right. When you don't remember how the healer works, and you have to read the tooltips mid-combat. Cool, fell cleave. Like, legitimately, actually good. Also, at least I figured out how to make it easy to target NPCs with controller healing. That helps a lot. Looks like they stopped coming. Now we hit Software Sign with everything we got. Do I need to put Software Sign to sleep also? There's no sleep resistance. Looks like no. Guess that part's a cutscene. Perfect. Now, hold still. This is silly. Ah! Oh. Heal. Oh, thanks. Slight smile. The helm got it even worse than I did just then, and that was our last one. It was our last one. I hate to say it, but this ain't going as well as I'd hoped. If we had even one more helm, I could try again, but... Wait, we do have one more helm. It's not the rock. Just the one! Helmeted. And that's when she removes her helm. Well, well, looks like it's time to take this eater down once and for all, together! Gasp? Smile, nod. I was worried that there'd be like some sort of gasp gender moment, but there was like a brief slight surprise, and then Sucro was completely fine with it. It's time, Sucro, we can end this! Looks like I was right. No healing for you. Ha! Oh, right. Limit was a big damn hero. No surprise that she knows a few dangerous tricks. Come here, quickly! I knew you'd have my back. Wait, there's a debuff that has a Dwarven Helmet and a no. Behelmed. Dwarven Helmet is preventing the use of certain restorative actions. I'm glad that there's a bespoke status effect icon for that. That's very good. Oh. You don't scare me! I have a giant hammer! I accidentally used recitation. I don't remember what that does. Oh, okay. Here it comes, try not to die. I'll read messages once this is over. Sophros sign is an ancient Greek concept representing excellence of character and soundness of mind, often leading to temperance and honor. That makes sense. Gasp. Ha! Take that, you pasty bastard! Smile. Ah, I see. What's that you got there, Sucro? Some kind of crystal. Gasp! Gasp! Tradition wouldn't have saved her. That's why I left. Screenshot. I gotta take those sometimes. I left and I traveled. I met Ardbert. We found our companions and together we searched. Are you her, Limit? Listen, I called you a disgrace before and... My journey was not an easy one. To save my sister, to save them all, I faced 1,000 foes. I know, I understand now, and I'm so... But as I did, I learned how wide this world is, how beautiful, how cruel, and how much I wanted to protect it. Perhaps it should have been easy for me, then, to give up my home forever for a greater cause. It wasn't. It hurt so much. But you bore it. You forgave them. You survived. Yes, it hurt, but I survived. Because they were there. Because he was there. Ardbert, you stubborn idiot. You sweet boy. He never did understand what you meant to me. Aw. Yeah, okay, this quest got me again. Just a bit. I think it's really interesting how Gyat here is like one of the most expressive people outside of like Hildebrand comedy shenanigans that we've seen for like the 5 minutes that we've seen Gyat without her helmet. She's been like one of the most expressive NPCs in the game. And I think that's fascinating. Because, I mean, you can't see the expressions through the helmet. She's probably still being expressive beneath the helmet. Rest well, Limit. You were the best of us. Also, I'm glad that there was no comment on, wow, you're a girl? Other than, like, the brief, slight surprise face and then, like, smile. Unless that's about to happen, of course. We did it! I can hardly believe it! This calls for a drink at the Crystarium, don't you think? If that silence is wondering if I want to go home, well, I can't. I showed my face to you, didn't I? Broke our rules. So I'm thinking I'll give Limit's way a try. Live proud as an exile, just like all the other folks that she saved. Don't make that face, it's nothing that a little ale won't solve. So, remind me again. Actual question. Also, this one was really short, what? This set of role quests was like way shorter than some of the other ones? Also? Wait, it's the same length? I mean, that is perfect because I was going to maybe do the epilogue, and now I'm probably definitely going to do the epilogue. But before I got interrupted by myself, I wanna ask, do I do the epilogue before I go back to the 5.2 cutscene and see what all of the options there are, or do I do that before the epilogue? Probably I do the epilogue first. Okay, yeah, okay. Just making sure. Well, you say completely, but do you mean the first part of the epilogue completely, or also the void quests? And also, are the void quests even available right now, or is that after something I haven't done yet? They're probably available. I could probably do those too, from what I remember. Right, I mean, like, in terms of other stuff outside of the... That's what I meant, yeah, the MSQ progression. Okay. That's the stuff. So you're saying this is the same length as the other role quests? The other ones seemed like they took a lot longer. Can I help you? You're staring, really staring. Do you know you're doing that? Aw. You get the option to say the same thing that Ardbert said. To Limit. But I don't know if Gyat would really be able to appreciate that statement. But I guess I'll say it. I'm glad you're here, home or no. Well, are you sure? Cause oh, you're joking, aren't you? For a moment there, I thought never mind. I'm not sure what you thought. Given that Limit just said she had feelings for Ardbert, basically, and Ardbert said that to Limit, I don't know what Gyat is interpreting. Anyway, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. Firstly, well, you've been following along with my crazy plans this whole time, but I never really said how much I appreciate your help with Software Sign and Limit. Well, I mean, that was her second conclusion. Thank you. Nod. And I think you deserve to know something else, too. You know the elder who exiled Limit? That was my great-grandfather. He's remembered as the greatest warrior of our kind. Oh, maybe. Maybe it was just that. I thought maybe given the context that Gyat thought we suddenly had a crush on her or something. I don't know. I always wanted to be just like him. He's remembered as the greatest warrior of our kind. I always wanted to be just like him, to be strong, honorable, protect our traditions. But Limit, she saved so many from their suffering. Us dwarves might not even be here today if she hadn't cured Stoneblight. And he took away her home, forever. It's hard to see that as anything other than cruel. Tradition is important, but it's not the only important thing. Kindness, empathy, love. This world and the living, breathing people in it, they matter more. That's what I learned from all the folks I shared drinks with, from Limit, and from you. And I intend to keep learning, here in this city, with my face plain for all to see and my head held high. So you know where to find me next time you want to share a drink. I know our job is done, but you'll always have a place at my side, you hear? Nod. Okay. By the end of the questline, Gyat won me over. I thought it was just going to be haha alcohol is funny the whole time, but not quite. Speaker for the honorable. And you're still here. Oh, would she have had her helmet on before? I forgot it. I didn't notice that. Tally-ho, my friend. Good on you for taking down the bastard what was posing as Ardbert. Limit's Ardbert. With their beloved set free, Limit can rest easy again. So come, let's raise a tankard or two to the finest folk that ever were. Okay. Goodbye, Carbuncle. Now, the question is, where does the epilogue begin? I guess. Because it's not here. Glynard. Oh. It is here. It's just not marked. Shadow, walk with me. Look, I was looking for the blue mark. I didn't expect it to be a regular mark. Well, if it isn't the great hunter herself. Questioning head tilt? As if you don't know, all four of the cardinal virtues laid low with all with your help. You're the talk of the stairs, Sucro. I was about to start reading in the same inflection I've been using for the dwarves. Just out of habit from doing that accent all the time. But, you know. When the night returned to Lakeland, we knew in our hearts that change was on the horizon. But never did I dare hope that you might help rid us of those terrible fiends. You've surpassed my wildest expectations. To be fair, there's probably plenty of other people who have that accent. It's just that since this game does the thing that I was complaining about in fantasy of all dwarves being the same, or sharing a set of characteristics across all of them, they almost certainly all would have had that sort of accent if they were voiced, I think. Maybe Limit was voiced at some point and I don't remember that. I don't know. I just have to do something to distinguish characters. Aw, Sucro blush. Not mine, Glennard. When I first laid eyes on her, I had an inkling that she was the hero we'd been waiting to come along. Easy to claim after the fact. If you'd indulge me, though, I'd love to hear you tell how it all played out. The hunting of the virtues, that is. Nod. Well, I just defeated one of them. Well, just kidding. In terms of timeline, it probably happened earlier. Nod, nod. My word, there's so much more to it than I realized. Now I thought you'd only had to track down the bloody things. Gods, though, the things you learned about the Warriors of Light. So many secrets and details lost over time. And for all their hard work and sacrifice, they somehow brought about the flood. Can't say I understand it at all, but it's a bloody tragedy, it is. Oh, I'm doing the accent again anyway. Okay, Glennard, you get part of the accent. We should gather the others and toast their memories. Heroes of Eld, brave and true, to be remembered forevermore. To be recommended forevermore. Now, I'll thank you not to let your bleeding heart drive you to offer up a fortnight's stock of spirits. Attend to your other customers and let me speak with the hero of here and now. Whatever would I do without your good sense and wisdom? Very well, I'll leave you to entertain her. But don't think we won't be having that drink someday. Wave and nod. Sucro, I must thank you for sharing with us such incredible tales. It is only right that I repay you in kind. Questioning head tilt? With the ending, that is. With the story of the true villain who towers above the virtues. The devil more deserving of death than any that yet lingers in this world. If your curiosity has been piqued, then meet with me atop the balcony overlooking the crystalline mean. I will be waiting there until you do. Was I correct when I made the observation earlier that you seemed to have a similar name and appearance to the mystery elf lady who was smirking evilly in the flashback today? I didn't notice this earlier, like before today, but it would seem that you are in fact important in this questline, leading me to believe that perhaps there is meaning in this distinction that I have made. Oh, I did? That's funny. I don't remember anything that happens. You came as I knew you would. Never met a mystery you could leave well enough alone, or a demon you could let live, am I right? And this demon is undeniably deserving of death. Make no mistake. To cut them down would be just and proper, the act of a goodly person, and that is just what you are. I can see that. Where's Demon? No need to grow impatient or be offended, my friend. But before you pass judgment on this villain, you need first understand their part in everything. Who they were to the fallen warriors of light, for instance. Of course, right about now you must be wondering how I know what I know. What a tavern wench of all people has got to do with any of this. Let me tell you, then, I am the one who brought together the Virtue Hunters. I'm the one who marked you as a potential ally to them and bade you join them in their quests. I alone knew what had to be done and what sort of sinner would be needed to see this tale of tragedy and betrayal brought to an end. But come, we have many moms ahead of us still, to Calusia and the Codger's Crook. I will go on ahead and wait for you there. Talking like a barmaid? I don't know what that means. I mean, she's talking very dramatically. Is there a way of talking specific to barmaids? If she is just actually directly mystery elf somehow, that would be weird. And not explained, unless it's explained. I mean, I guess so. Introducing the restaurant where the gimmick is that the waitstaff is very serious all of the time. Well, you're not dressed the same now for whatever that means. It's adventuring time, I guess. You are accustomed to life on the road, I see, as am I. Do you recognize this place? I thought you might. Here is where it began, where Ardbert first met Limit. We did just see that. Still young and lacking in experience, but possessed of so much potential. Heroes in the making, even then the keen-eyed could see. Are you gonna be like, surprise, I'm an Asian, or something? That'd be funny. They would only fulfill that promise much later, though. After joining with their other dear companions, Brandon and Rindaray. And one other, an elven woman, not half bad with a sword. But perhaps you're already asking the question, who? There were 5 warriors of light in all, but she would make 6. Indeed, after adding in Yelbert, there does seem to be one too many. But believe me when I say there was indeed a 6th adventurer lost to history, and her name was Silva. Yeah, I saw her. I was wondering what was up with that. Though I doubt I need convince you of this truth. When you walked in the Virtue's memories, you saw her time and time again, did you not? Nod. Then you saw the true villain, the traitor responsible for all their woes. I did see her smirk. Let us continue the story elsewhere, to Amarang and the Fields of Amber. You know, actually, I'm an Asian or whatever I said is probably something that happened. Weren't we told about a traitor at some point? I remember noticing her in, like, most of them? If not all of them. But she doesn't speak in all of them, probably. She's in, like, the fights, too. Or not all of the fights, even. But I don't think she's in Renda Ray's story, actually. Gasp, I need to destroy this mole. Hold on. Oh, is she in all of them? I don't think she's in the fight that Renda Ray does, maybe. Or maybe she is, I already forgot. Alright. Tell me more about story. The footprints have stayed on screen in the cutscene. You saw the true villain's face in their memories, and I told you her name in Calusia. But what were her crimes, you ask? Hearken to my tale, and you will learn. Silva had joined the others before they first met Yelbert. After their party of 5 came to this place, they took on a commission to slay a powerful beast that had taken up residence in the mines. I do remember this, yep. Said beast was believed to be the instigator of ever more terrible tremors, and so time was of the essence. But during their hurried search, they crossed paths with their future companion, then a competitor aiming to usurp their prize. And after another tremor triggered by the beast trapped them all underground, they had no choice but to work together to lay it low. But to their dismay, even after its death, the earth continued to shudder violently. As the adventurers looked to each other in confusion, Yelbert strode towards the beast body and grabbed hold of a curious stone, a stone brimming with untold ether that he had sought out that he might harness its potential to rescue a loved one lost to the rift. Yep, I remember all this. But so powerful was the stone that it warped the flow of the life stream. Its very existence was a threat. And so when faced with the choice between one life and countless others, Njelbert wept and shattered the stone. He had held his comrade's salvation in his hand and cast it aside for the greater good. For his sacrifice, he was judged a hero, and in that instant, a warrior of light was born. Did I accidentally do them in, like, the reverse order that Ciela is going to explain all of them in? That'd be funny. In life, Njelbert was a pragmatic figure whose wisdom and sagacity were admired by all. Little wonder that in death he would retain his virtue. Yeah, and? Oh, you keep smirking, too. But as Njelbert mourned the friend he forever lost, the betrayer Silva looked on in silent contentment, for they'd taken the first step on their path toward becoming heroes, brave and true. Yep, Ascian. His sacrifice had sparked the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. What ritual, you may wonder? Fear not, all will become clear in time. Come with me to Raktika, to the city of swamps. We must retrace the steps as they were taken to understand the depth of her treachery. Bow for no reason. If Ciela is the same person and also an Ascian who's like, I was waiting this whole time to tell you the funny story, and then get owned. I don't know why that would happen, but okay. We'll find out. I mean, yeah. There's like a very specific part of this controller's joystick that makes the game hesitate with movement. Which is frustrating because this controller is pretty new. I don't think that's an issue yet, though. Alright, tell me about Renda Ray. Probably. I've already forgotten the order that I did everything in, but... This place, too, is familiar to you, no? I don't think this is in reverse order from what I did anymore. Oh, it is? Huh. This place, too, is familiar to you, no? From days recent and long since past? I was just Wait, yeah, it is, because Shadowbringers has 4 role quest lines and Endwalker has 5. I was confused because I was like, I feel like we're skipping one because there's 5 in Shadowbringers and 4 in Endwalker, right? But no, I got it backwards. After the events in Amarang, Ardbert and his companions grew in fame, spurring others to entreat their aid. The adventurers sought out greater and greater challenges, and in pursuit of another, they came to Raktika. It's funny that I accidentally did it in reverse order, then. Well, here the hunter Renderay learned that the notorious Mark Balam Quits was near, and so under cover of darkness, she slipped away from the others to slay the beast by herself. Like Njelbert before, of course, you already know what her motive was. Balam Quits had robbed her of her fellow hunters. Only vengeance would redress the balance. Moreover, she would not dare risk the lives of her new comrades, so terrified was she of the mere possibility that she might have to relive that terrible day. And so she faced Balam Quits alone and would have surely died for it, had Ardbert and the others not arrived in time to help. Yeah, that's true. It's good to have the order established. Like Njelbert before, of course, you already know what happened next. For her love, her conviction, and her resolve was she chosen by Hydaelyn. And from that day forward, Renderay swore never again to betray her comrades' trust, to share with them the triumphs and the tragedies, to relinquish the freedom she had once held in the highest. It does help for that, yeah. It's also just really cool to know the order. The bravest, most courageous hunter that ever was. That moment would define what she became in life and in death. Gasp. Her sacrifice would hasten the transformation. It was fuel for the ritual to come. The betrayer Silva looked on, yet more satisfied. They were oblivious to her machinations, unaware that they were dancing to her tune. Their journeys continued, and so must ours, to Ilmeg and Ligia. Bow. The game is trying to make me be very suspicious of this lady. And it's working, for the record. I am very suspicious of this lady. Reverse order of exactly what I did by coincidence also works really well as, like... Tis raining. It works really well as, like, a recap, too. I believe it was suggested at some point that I do the healing one last, and I wonder if that's part of why. I think that could be part of why. Ah, okay. I thought it was you, but I wasn't completely sure. I don't trust my memory enough to, like, claim such a thing without being sure. I'm not sure if it had the most emotional punch for me, but it did have emotional punch for sure. That's something that's difficult to quantify. They all kind of did have emotional punch. As beautiful now as it was then, you saw it too, would you not agree? With the death of Balam Quits, the legend of Ardbert and his comrades had grown larger than ever. Thus emboldened, they came to the kingdom of Verbert. Verbert had long been troubled by what some had dubbed a magical plague. Innocents found transformed into misshapen fiends that the kingdom's knights had no choice but to put down ere the contagion spread. Contagion? Contagion. Yeah, different person to person, too. Brandon had been one such knight. In his youth, he had served the Princess Saldia faithfully, only to be cast out for a single mistake. Thus did he take to the road where he met Ardbert and the others. Having grown stronger and wiser and more respected, Brandon felt it was time to return and redeem himself, and with the aid of his comrades he did just that. Tadric the court mage was unmasked as the mastermind of Verbert's misery, and by disgraced knight's blade was he brought to justice. But with his dying breath, Tadrik cursed the Princess Saldia, sentencing her to a fate worse than death. At her behest did he raise up his blade, and for the sake of the kingdom strike down his liege lady. With that single stroke he forever changed, though nearly not in the way that was necessary. He stood at the precipice and almost forsook his compassion for unflinching judgment, but mercifully turned aside at the last. Thus did he find and embrace true justice, that which weighs law and heart together and strives for the greater good. 'Tis a long, difficult road from which many stray, settling for simpler moralities, but I would expect no less of the man who became Dikaiosyne. His sacrifice would strengthen the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. As her companions grew ever more powerful, so too did the betrayer Silva. Bit by bit, they brought her closer to her goal. But it was not yet finished. To Calusia they returned, and so must we. Tamra and the next chapter of our tale await. Slowly but surely, the adventurers were fulfilling their potential. Word of their deeds in Verbert spread like wildfire, and their legend grew ever larger. But for all their success, the fledgling heroes would be forced to endure more hardship and welcome more sacrifice. They pressed deeper into the depths of Raktika, towards ancient Ronka. It was there that the dwarf Lamit came to a crossroads, for in claiming the magic she desperately desired, she would be forced to renounce something equally precious. Dwarves are a reclusive lot, wont to withdraw from the outside world that... Yeah, okay, that's correct. That their many traditions may be preserved in isolation. When the stone blight began to spread, they chose to lock away the afflicted and refused to seek outside help. But Lamit would not abide this. She vowed to save her ailing kin, her sister among them, even if it meant violating dwarven law. With her newfound power, she returned and cured the sick, and for this she was banished by the Council of Elders. This came as no surprise, for she'd made her peace with it long before, when she stood in that ancient ruin and called upon forgotten guardians to grant her forbidden knowledge. She knew then what the price would be. She had weighed her traditions and identity against the lives of those she loved and made her choice. Though it pained her terribly and in ways only a dwarf could understand, and Heidelin it would seem. Through hardship and sacrifice was a new warrior of light forged, a healer that knew more than any the value of life, and would do anything to see it preserved even in death. Her sacrifice would nearly complete the transformation. It was fuel for the ritual to come, very soon then, very soon. For Ardbert and his comrades had stumbled upon evidence of the larger design, threads linking together the disparate troubles of the realm. A name spoken only in whispers, the Shadowkeeper, a singular force sowing chaos and discord throughout Norvrant to an unknown end. If the Warriors of Light truly wished to save their world, then they would need to confront this villain amongst villains. And at the end of their exhaustive search, at the end of their struggle, who do you think they found waiting to welcome them with open arms? The answer to that awaits us in Lakeland, our final destination. The villain yet walks among us, Sucro. Dang it. Words ruined forever. By culture. Unknown and unpunished. Go on ahead and wait for me at Laxon Loft. There are preparations to which I must first attend.
Amogus.
Indeed. First, I must become a boss fight. And then... yeah. And yeah, the Shadowkeeper was brought up... Hello, and welcome. The Shadowkeeper was brought up in the Limit questline. Because Limit was like, if it's that gosh dang Shadowkeeper again causing the Stone Blight, then I don't know what I'm gonna do. Or whatever. I was like, I think I've heard that before. And it was mentioned that that is indeed the Eden Wolf boss. Yeah, I know. So I thought I would recap for you. I will need altitude? Well, good news. I have it. Oh, this is an interesting place for this to be. The Hall of the Thrice-Born. Did you think this giant structure wasn't super important? I didn't think it was important. Oh, you're right. Right, you told me it was in Lakeland and I could go see it. And I don't think I did. Right. Alright, so now you look like a boss fight or something, probably. Yep. I had to equip my boss fight gear. Yes, yes. Oop, I missed. Hold on a moment, I have to flashback. That kinda? I guess it's kind of a outfit that matches Sucro, kind of. Yeah, okay. It does look like she used a projectile flashback on me. Wait. Oh. I had scroll lock hit by accident. I was confused. Damn you, Silva! We were comrades in arms! Friends! That we were and that we were and that we are. Everything I said, everything I felt, it was all true. You mean the world to me. You're the bloody Shadowkeeper! What the hells was this for? Exact same pose. For you, for every one of you, to forge you into heroes worthy of her blessing, that she might choose you as her champions. This would be a good video thumbnail also. Probably. We've got a couple so far. Pointing. A ruthless mage consumed by the pursuit of power to save his friend no matter the cost. By his sacrifice, a warrior born. Point. A mournful hunter scarred by tragedy, resolved never again to trust in others. By her sacrifice, a warrior born. Point. Brandon, no reaction to the point. I like how everyone is reacting differently to this. A disgraced knight who yearned to steal his heart in justice's name. By his sacrifice, a warrior born. A troubled healer torn between tradition and love. By her sacrifice, a warrior born. And their leader, an adventurer with a heart overflowing with love for his dearest comrades, who must now bring his axe to bear against his own. By his sacrifice, a warrior born. I am the villain you seek, the keeper of shadows from a world shrouded in dark. By our struggle will this world be shattered and its souls saved. Silva! Thanks for waiting. Okay, and... Saw it all, did you? I thought you might. Mother's gift has a knack for showing us exactly what we need to see. If not what we want to, or when. Also, this is Deep Shadow armor, I believe. They knew me as Silva, but my real name... It doesn't matter. Like you, I am not of this world. I crossed the rift and came to the first. Wait, are you from the void? Oh! Huh. My home, the 13th, fell to dark in a calamity that mirrored the one which nearly claimed this world. I started to get the impression of she's from the void when, during the final boss speech. I don't know if she's a void sent. I think that's different from just someone who's from the void. Well, she's kind of a void sent. I was one of several heroes who failed to save it. Gasp. I was on the moon once. The boy, Unukalhai. Okay, now that's how the void quests are connected. I've glimpsed him in your memories. He was a friend. Wait, you can see my memories? Oh, you had the same thing happen to you, because you also have the echo. That makes sense, probably. He was a friend. Like him, I heeded the words of the Asians, and that I might redress the balance, I chose to come here and hasten a rejoining of worlds. A shard subsumed by dark demands a mirror of blinding light. Primordial forces will strive to achieve equilibrium. There was a solution. A single solution, I believed. You've sent me something? Oh, I don't have it yet. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna have to save this image, which is now on screen because of it accidentally opened in the caption zone. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Internet and computer. It's fine. It's fine now. So, apparently, in the fight in Eden against the Shadowkeeper, the shadow of the Shadowkeeper is Silva. That's a really cool detail. I didn't notice anything about the shadow either, I don't think. But that's really cool. Thanks for sharing that. Were a flood of light to consume this shard in its entirety, it would be of no use. The Asians made it clear it must be brought to the brink, but no further. The task was difficult, but the plan simple. Souls predisposed to light, fledgling heroes in the making. I would bring together Ardbert and his comrades and groom them for a higher purpose. I would play the part of comrade and guide their course, all the while laboring in secret to pit stronger and stronger enemies against them, until finally, once they were warriors of light brave and true, I would reveal myself as a warrior of darkness and extinguish their radiance forever. Thus would this world be primed for a rejoining, and the source for a calamity. The Asians who called themselves Mitron and Logrif were confident it would succeed, and indeed Ardbert and the others rose to the occasion as I knew they would. Yeah, those are the Asians in the Eden raid as well. It was not to be. I had misjudged Ardbert. His comrades before him had made their sacrifices in turn, and as their mirror I had grown stronger for it. Had he but embraced his role and struck me down, victory would have been mine. But Ardbert, dear Ardbert, would not forsake his heart. In the end, he chose mercy. He chose love, and I was undone. And somehow you're still alive? I think there's a lot of Dungeons and Dragons and other tabletop game campaigns that have the game master trying to kill the players. People from the 13th are different. I mean, I guess, but also possibly empowered by Ascians, etc. The rest you know. He sought out Mitron and Logriff and granted them what he refused me. They accomplished everything they set out to achieve, and then the flood came and washed it away. In the wake of my betrayal, I would look on from the shadows and reflect on my many sins as all fell to ruin. Denied death then and now, and perhaps ever after, as a fragment of my essence endures. Well, okay, she's explained it. It's not that people from the 13th are different, it's that something traveling worlds, etc. Ascians, probably. But then one day years ago, my fallen comrades rose again as the cardinal virtues. It coincided with the arrival of the first scions, I later realized, a defense against the forces being marshaled to undo my failure. I can but assume the Ascians planted the idea in Vothri's head. They were his creations, after all, and with their graves in Yulmoran territory, it was doubtless a simple matter to have their bodies exhumed and prepared. Who am I to speak, you may think, when I say this, but when I saw these abominations he had wrought in their image, I was filled with such despair, such anger. I cannot unwrite the past. My soul is stained with blackest sin, and I will not pretend it can ever be otherwise. But this act, this I could not ignore. If the Ascians were going to such lengths, then surely others would cross the rift in due time, and so I hatched a plan. I would assume the guise of Ciela and take up residence in the Crystarium, or I would take measures to bring together the most ambitious of adventurers, individuals driven by more than mere coin, virtue hunters. That way, when the enemy, the Ascians, feared more than any, came to the first, the stage would be set. They would join in the hunters' quests and together unmake Vothri's simulacra, one of those, and lay their souls to rest once more. And so you did, Sucro. The virtues are no more, but the one ultimately responsible for their creation, the devil who set them on their doomed path, lingers still. You know all there is to know of the heroes who saved this world. The truth I kept hidden in the shadows is yours, and there are no more secrets to share. And so I ask you now to grant me that which Ardbert could not. Death. You still have a duty to others, or ... Ravening anti-hero? And yeah, she did use the same strategy, and it did work again. You still have a duty to others. I don't know exactly what that is, but no, I'm not killing you. No, don't do this. Don't you spare me like he did. How can you stand there and say I deserve to live, knowing everything I did, the lives I destroyed, the chaos I wrought? The Wardens pale in comparison. Surely there's no greater villain than the Shadowkeeper. Which is why you must live to atone for your deeds, or death is no comfort to the living. Death is no comfort to the living is a pretty strong line. I don't know exactly what that means, but I guess it means that your death isn't going to solve anything, basically. Twould be for my own benefit, that I cannot deny. And if I'm to indulge in one final act of selfishness, you'll make me do it myself, won't you? Make me confront the cowardice of it, The ugly truth that I'd rather run away than try to seek atonement. I feel like by organizing people to fight the virtues, you have done some atoning already. Like, that was good that you did that, I think. Perhaps I may yet find purpose in preserving my comrades' legacy, and helping others to understand the sacrifices that made them true heroes. For now, I shall return to the Crystarium and continue to assist Glenard, while spreading the forgotten tales of the Warriors of Light. You would have been good friends, you and Ardbert, in another life. Oh, you didn't see that part of my memories? We're like the same person, and also best friends. Maybe you and I as well. Bow. Also, thematically appropriate rain happening again. As it seems to happen more often than one might expect in cutscenes. The Aetheryte requiring you to pan the camera up is truly one of the greatest pranks of all time. Well, I tell you, I'm not at all accustomed to wearing armor any longer. Simply moving about in it is enough to tax my strength, and fighting, any one of Captain Lena's recruits could probably put me flat on my back. I like that, I like that after all of that dramatic speech, you come back here and talk to her again, and she's like, man, I'm really not used to wearing frickin' armor anymore. God, it sucks. Jeez. It's a really funny tone shift. The 1.0 trailer? I don't know how to put video of this on screen. Well, I think I would, this would require a lot of effort to show on the screen, honestly. Truthfully. I can maybe figure this out. This is something I would have to have prepared for in advance. Because if I, like, in order to show a video, I would have to crop a window capture of a browser source, or like a browser. And that in turn would show everybody my browser and all of the stuff in the browser. And I don't like having excess information on screen. Or I could go download the video using illegal methods and then add the video file. What? This is 7 minutes long also. 7 minutes is not a short amount of time. But if Ciela is in there, that's really cool. Fortunately, I needn't rely on my sword to spread the truth of my fallen comrades' deeds. Only words and the passage of time will see their legacy redeemed in the eyes of the people. For the record, there's nothing like weird or sketchy or bad that would be visible if I showed my browser. I just don't want to do that. Like, let me tell you about my bookmarks bar. What would be on there? Like Gmail, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, co-host, stream elements, web captioner, 5e tools for Dungeons and Dragons, Patreon, Ko-Fi, folders called Webcomics, RPG Maker, and Watch This, one of which is now completely irrelevant because, well, it's the Watch This one, because I can't, like, use Crunchyroll without paying for it, and I probably don't want to watch most of the stuff that's in that folder now anyway. And then also sign into my therapist's patient portal and Splatoon 3 weapon database is still on there for some reason. And then you'd see other bookmarks. Oh no! But yeah, it's not like there's anything there. I don't know. Shrug. Plus, I explained all of it to you anyway. So really that, like, removes the entire argument that I had for not showing that because I just explained everything that's there. ... You know what? Okay, hold on. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Nope. Okay. Look. Let's watch the trailer anyway. If I can. Let's see. We're using game capture. Oh, I do have a Chrome capture. Here. Boop. Okay. Oh, I already had like a slightly cropped window that existed. Neat, I guess. I forgot about this existing. I've convinced myself that we're watching 7 minutes of this, and you can't stop me now. Oh yeah, this is happening. As famed Sonic T. Hedgehog once said. But we don't have to get this exactly right. This is good enough. All right, we're watching this trailer now. I don't know what the volume is going to be like for this. Hey, wait, that's Glennard. Glennard's in here too.
Very well.
Map. Here is the map.
How long must we wait? I grow weary of the company.
The feeling, my dear, is mutual.
Aha! What do we have here?
Are these
No job is too daunting
like-
as long as the coin is good.
Are these like proto Renderay and
My father
yeah,
too.
Yelbert.
Now quiet down and help me decide.
Can I have? There's no captions on this. Sorry.
Preference.
And why does that not surprise me?
Ah, leave quests. Back when those were like meaningful.
Choose as you will, Midlander.
This beast's
Our
in a
fate
frenzy the
is
likes
in
I've
your
never
hands.
seen!
Look out! He's right on top of us!
Move, lass, move!
It's probably a bit loud now. Oh yeah, Midlander was an archer at first. I forgot. Hey, it's Limit. Hey, it's Morble. There's Brendan. Ah, there she is. wow. That's not a mechanic you can do anymore. Cross-classing that kind of thing, or that kind of thing. God, imagine, well, okay, geez. That's a lot of cool flips he just did there, I guess. Okay, so you're like a... Oh, you just used in fire. That's not something that exists anymore either. Ah, Dodongo dislikes smoke, I see. Very cool. Well done, team. Yep. Yeah, that's also true. The whole vibe of this is different. Also, this is happening now. Hey, you know, maybe Dawn Trail will be a bit of this vibe, from what I know of it. Maybe Dawn Trail is a return to that sort of vibe, a bit. Yeah, it's a very tall airship for sure. And there's lots of them now. I played a little bit of 1.0 and it wasn't very similar to this. Surprising nobody. This trailer is very cinematic, of course. And I didn't get anywhere either, so like maybe it was more similar than I know. I don't know. I just know that there's a part where you hold your gun wrong and then they're like, that's just like ... and then they don't explain. And it's still funny to me. Yeah, that's Midgard Stormer. I guess the Garleans do this. Hey, look, it's that. Or at least it resembles the Starfall. It's not that, but it resembles it. Wait, this was uploaded 1 year ago? I've just noticed. Is this something that they didn't have like publicly available for a long time? And yeah, this is how Keeper of the Lake happened. Woo! Funny yell sound. I hope the volume of this is fine. Ifrit? Titan? Yeah. The way Callie said that's really funny. Oh. Okay, so was that like the echo?
From his reverie.
So
Also-
nice of you to join us
Also,
again.
this place looks kind of like the Crystarium.
Well,
Shrug.
don't keep us in suspense.
Yeah, that seems great. Let's take this one.
This one.
Yeah, great idea.
Start with this one.
Ah, he speaks.
Can we go now?
He does speak, actually. That's kind of fun for the quote-unquote silent protagonist guy.
Let's give the bard something to sing about.
Also, he's got a sword in this, but he had, like, archery in... In the vision, he was an archer, but in this part, he had sword. So he can't decide which job to play as, and he switches back and forth. I guess. Okay, yeah, that was worth watching. I'm glad that I realized that that was fine, actually. That was cool. And also agreed. Articulated Mikote ears. Important. Good. Required. Graphics update should make Lady Mikote ears equivalent in movement to Guy Mikote ears. Because male Mikote were created later and have fancier ear animation. Anyway. Thank you for accompanying me on my journey of remembrance, Sucro. May your deeds ever be remembered and celebrated as all heroes deserve. Tales to be told. But wait, there's more. I guess. Is this part of the Void quests, or is this just a continuation of this? I probably need to do this, whatever it is. Living memory. Still epilogue, got it. Wasn't sure because I was given an achievement. So, you know. Achievements are usually used to signify the ends of things. If it isn't Sucro loitering about the stairs just like any old day. Here I was worried you'd gone back to your world for good and I was too late. Questioning head tilt? Okay, so this is separated because this is something that is after 5.3 then. It's just that I've been thinking about the crystals belonging to the Warriors of Light. I hear they ended up with you after you lot defeated the Virtues. I assume you have Ardbrits as well? Explaining. Indeed, that does seem appropriate. His bond with Seto is deep and enduring. Right, we gave that to Seto. Gyat is still there. No one else is in the shot, but they're probably still standing around. As for the others, I'd hope you might be persuaded to leave them in my care. Gasp. It was only right that they, like Ardbert, should accompany you on your journey to set this world back on its proper course. Yet, now you have a home you must return to, while the first is theirs. After all they did to keep it safe, they deserve to be here to see what its future holds. That makes sense to me. Oh, don't make that face. I know it's a big decision, but it needn't fall entirely to you. There are others here who care for the Warriors of Light as much as you do, aren't there? Nod. Oh, it's time to entrust the crystals to the role quest individuals. Hey! What's up? Now that's some damn fine ale. How many should I order for you? I know you ain't much of a drinker, so 6, 7? No, 0. What? You want help deciding the fate of Lamit's crystal, and the others too? Does this place have any bigger tankards? Well, if you insist, Lurik owes me drinks, plural, so I'll make sure he joins us. Maybe find Granson while I'm at it. Oh, they all know each other. You go on and wait with Sarah and Taynor. Order around while I'm out, you hear? Maybe we learned that they all knew each other in the Hero's Gauntlet, but I'm not actually sure. Well, they are all regulars at the same pub, but that doesn't necessarily mean they have to speak to each other. Gyat seems excited. Should I be concerned? I don't remember the voices I did for everyone. Good to see you, Sucro. What did you say that has Gyat so worked up? Crystals. The crystals, eh? It does sound like a conversation worth getting everyone together for. Did Lurik really promise to pay for Gyat's drinks? That's a disaster in the making. Not just hers, rounds for the lot of us. Might be that the lad has yet a few things to learn about coin and the scarcity thereof. Still, I'll not turn down his generosity. Go and tell the barkeep we'll be needing food and ale for the table. Fine, but please try to exercise some restraint. I'll not carry you back to the room again. I guess they've become friends at some point. I'm glad we get to see more of all of these characters because they're all cool. Here we are. How much of a head start did you get? Should I ask him to bring out the cask? Wrong voice. I reckon we should hear Sucro out first. Nod. Explain. We could have probably had a seat for this too. That would have been fine. So you're telling me that the barmaid was one of Njelbert's companions, not to mention the Shadowkeeper, and from a different world? That's laying it on a bit thick. Certainly raises questions. Quite, such as how she retains her youthful visage. Not that. Though, that wasn't completely explained. I had my suspicions about her. The other night I was at the counter, quaffing my ale, having a grand time. Next I realize I'm outside without a guild of my name, and it ain't the first time. Could only be the power of the Shadowkeeper. Giat, no. It's called getting kicked out of a bar, Giat, please. And not that you drank enough to fell a small army. If Sucro says it's true, I'm inclined to believe it, which leaves us with the matter of entrusting the crystals to her. She's right that this was Brandon's home, the others too. It's home to their most important memories. Not all of them good, maybe, but everyone they loved is laid to rest here. I agree, Njelbert belongs here. Arbert's crystal is with Seto, in this world. The Mitt would want to be near. Brenda Ray as well, I think. She'd want to be with her friends in the place that she loved. Alright, so we give them all to Seto. Great. You know, by calling that out as spoilers, it seems more like it's spoilers than I thought it was. Such is the nature of spoilers. Anyway, it seems we all agree. Nod. A toast then to the Warriors of Light. No, don't make Sucro drink. It's probably not alcohol, it's fine. Drink up, I'm paying, and as bounty hunters, I expect you all to take proper advantage of that. I hate to disappoint, but I'm not much for alcohol. This juice looks nice, though. Granson also doesn't... What? Wait, no, that's wine, isn't it? Ah, that's not... Oh no, it's Hildebrand. Wow. Killed. Everyone is dead.
To the stars. The spy president. A black square? What by the gods? I am a slowpoke.
Destroy!
How did you manage this? Twice the mess and half the time as normal patrons, I swear. I overheard your conversation, by the way. Do you agree with your friends? These crystals are yours, Storykeeper. Storykeeper. I'm going on an adventure and I need your strongest stories. They would know best. Just ask them. I'll be certain not to disappoint them. Nod. I don't know if they're in a state for conversation right now for the most part. Oh. We've placed the crystals. Thank you. Oh, shiny. I can feel them. They're memories. Why? Why, damn it? You're all just like Ardbert. I betrayed you. I manipulated you, and still... You thought of me as a comrade, a friend, until the very end. Oh. Yeah, I was like, the sad music, and we're gonna pan out to everyone being dead because of alcohol. And we did, in fact, do that. Anyway. My head. I did warn you. Are they all around here? I don't think so. Oh, I guess maybe they are. A week's worth of earnings. How is this possible? A week's worth of earnings. How is this possible? This is why I don't drink. I don't like that they made Sucro have a beverage that was heavily implied, if not outright stated, to be alcohol. Can't remember the last time I was so drunk, or any of the other times, neither, but that ain't important. Okay, that's kind of funny. A successful Susan calls for a celebratory ale. Alright, Giot. That's true too. He's doing well. We finally managed to clean up after you lot, for the most part. Perhaps next time we should set down a tarpaulin. Nevertheless, I'm grateful to you for entrusting these to me, and as long as I live, I will never stop sharing the true tale of the warriors of light, of my friends. Ciela's not finished with you yet. Seeing a lot of you together like that, it reminds me of the old days. Ardbert and the rest, drinking and bickering and laughing, drove each other half mad at times, but there was never any question of who'd be there when times got tough. Can't help but wonder, can I, if I'd had companions like that back home, could it have been saved? I'm not the only one who tried, though each of us stood alone. There was Unukolai. We've met. He was working with Elidibus at the time. Yes, he too was one would-be savior of the 13th, and was spared his fated demise by Ascian devices. We spoke once after the destruction of our world. If the others could be saved, we thought we yet had parts to play. What's he up to now that Elidibus is gone? What he's up to now that Elidibus is gone, though, I have no idea. Has he found himself a new role as I have, or does he feel as adrift as we were back then? If you would encounter him in the Source, I ask that you help him find a way forward, just as you've helped all of us here. Nod. Having everything, like, converge together like this after the role quest does make me like them more. Like, I didn't dislike them, but they felt like they were like okay. They weren't anything super. There's someone who looks very similar to Y'shtola there, and I was surprised by that. They're not anything like super amazing by themselves. But like with the epilogue, I think it really does tie them all together pretty well so far. So I think I would have to put the Shadowbringers role quests fairly high on the list, but then knock them down a tier for implying that Sucro drank alcohol once. Because I'm petty and it's funny to do that. Anyway, hey, what's up? What voice did I do for you 3,000 years ago? Well met, Sucro. What brings you here today? Explaining a lot. Yeah, that's probably justified pettiness. Urianger did apprise me of your travels in the first, and of what became Elidibus at long last. But I was not aware that you were working with Silva. Neither was I for a lot of that, technically. I consider her a comrade of sorts, though our time together was short. Looking upon the twisted remains of the world you tried to save creates a bond that few can understand. At the time, we spoke of what we could hope to achieve with our newfound immortality, and of our regrets. Okay, so this implies that the destruction of the world made them immortal for some reason. So, newfound immortality means that they were not always immortal. So, yeah. I can see how this would be frustrating, that it would require you to do all of the Warring Triad stuff. But as I've been doing stuff roughly in order. Yeah, they might have also done that. They probably, it could have been a mix of those things. It could have been Ascians being like, hey, wanna work for us and be immortal? Because your world got destroyed and you've got nothing else to do, etc. Though I then believed what had happened to be the natural result of my age and inexperience, I now think that this was merely the least painful explanation I could offer myself. Silva is right. We ought to have sought each other out before it was too late. I would not make the same mistake again. With the Warring Triad gone, I'm indeed in need of new purpose, but to seek it alone is folly. I should like to speak with Silva, assuming such a thing is possible. As I mentioned, she understands how I feel more than any other. There may be a way, or, of course, all I require is your soul. Okay, this option existing is very funny. Would Sucro say this to Unukulhai? I don't know. I'm gonna say it anyway. All I require is your soul. You speak of the spirit vessel, correct? Completely unfazed. Perfect. You speak of the spirit vessel, correct? The means by which the Scions return to the source. If I understand the principles at work correctly, then it was a near miracle that you succeeded in bringing them back without killing them. If Elidibus is to be believed, however, my current state makes me something of an exception in matters of life and death. In which case, there is naught to be lost from making the attempt. Please say you'll help. Nod. Something like that is a little bit spoilery, like a wait till this later, just for the record. We need an expert in spirit vessels, or I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. We do need an expert, though. Phone call. I know, but still. Just be careful, that's all I ask. It's Urianger! Yay! I should have like a crowd applause button as the last button on my soundboard thing here. For when someone walks in. Pray forgive the delay. Thou didst seek my counsel. I am going to explain a lot to you in one sentence. Aye, the gifts granted young Unukulhai by Hydaelyn and the Ascians may prove a boon in easing the transition. Okay, they're definitely explaining the immortality more directly now. However, I know not to what extent, nor what might befall thy spirit should it be lost betwixt worlds. Nevertheless, I know that this is my path forward. Please, Urianger. Nod. Very well. If thou believest that thou shalt find new purpose in the first, I will do all in my power to see thee safely there. We shall be but a few moments. Mayhap a worthy tome might keep thee occupied whilst I perform the necessary magics. Nod. It's almost like the dialogue is acknowledging how much Sucro likes books or something. Decent spot. The dialogue is not actually designed to acknowledge this, but that's what it reads like. Book, book, book. Is it this book? decent spot is probably up there in funniest highlighted things you have to interact with in terms of their name. Like, at least top 20. 'Tis done. Pray guard his vessel well. Oh dear. Unukalhai is as I and the other scions were on the first, a soul with form yet no true body. Thus 'twas a simple matter to transfer him to the vessel using the self-same process as before. To withdraw his essence once across the rift ought to prove similarly straightforward. However, I fear that such an existence cannot sustain itself indefinitely. Look to the Asians' example. Their persistent use of flesh and blood vessels surely hath cause. Be it danger akin to that which would have befallen us had we not returned to the source, I know not. But the time may come when the boy requireth a fully corporeal form. Should this come to pass, I trust that thou shalt come to his aid. For the moment, however, thou needst only convey the spirit vessel to Beklug. Farewell, both of thee. I guess so. And hey, Beklug gets to be relevant to the story again. That's cool. Was Beklug always in the Cabinet of Curiosity? Did I check that before? It costs 300 gil to transfer Sucro to a different world. Dang it. Pranked again. They moved there. Back again, are you? I'm flattered that you've grown so fond of Norvent, or I would be, but you have that expression you lot always wear when you're about to ask me for something. Best not to tell anyone else about this, lest you suddenly find yourself everyone's first choice in Interworld Ferry Services. Now, Interworld Ferry Services are what, dang it, my joke is falling apart because I forgot a name. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. No. Brain, please. What's the name? No. Oh, my joke. No. Okay, Current Titania. Them. Feo-Ul, that's it. Interdimensional ferry services are Feo-Ul's job. Get it? Okay, joke's over now. You did what? They changed how teleportation fees are calculated to be based on the number of map transitions, which made it cheaper to teleport to the first. That's kind of funny. After all the perils your friends faced and the labors we undertook to return them to your world, you brought another soul across the rift. Have you no common sense? Nope. Nope. Shrug. And the other option was, like, it's fine, just work your magic or whatever. Clearly. Nevertheless, for my own peace of mind, I'll assume you have a compelling reason for this. Removing spirit from vessel will be easy enough, I suppose. However, it requires a few moments without your breathing down my neck. Also, your friend is unlikely to materialize with clothes on, so I doubt they'll want an audience. You should wait here. Perhaps take the opportunity for some self-reflection? Okay. Oh, very well. At least I tried. We'll find you at the Wandering Stairs directly, then. If you've no inclination to explain yourself further, be gone with you. I think Sucro has moments where she has way too much self-reflection, probably. And other moments where she doesn't have any. You want me to speak with someone? Very well. You've done the same at my request often enough. Okay, that's true too. How long are we meant to wait for this friend of yours? I do have work to do, you know. Ah, here you are. Pardon the delay. It took some time to acquire robes of an appropriate size. Is this them? Not quite. Aha. You got an armor upgrade. And a staff upgrade. Silva! What? A Nukulhai? Indeed, it is I. Trust me, I can hardly believe that I'm here myself. I should think so. When I sent Sucro to ask after you, it never occurred to me that you might be able to cross the rift without Asian aid. No mysterious mask? My choices and my reasons are my own now. If I am to have faith in them, in myself, I cannot hide who I am. Smile, nod. Speaking of which, Onukulai was kind enough to fill me in, unlike some, and I was interested to hear of an erstwhile hero of the 13th serving libations at the Wandering Stairs. But that this hero should be you surpasses the scope of even my considerable imaginings. Was that you at Grune's Licked so long ago? Not so long to me, or you mayhap. Though I had thought I might at last put those days behind me. But perhaps this is for the best. They're not all bad memories. Nod. They never are. I should very much like to hear your story, should you be willing to share it. Nod. She's willing to share it, but you have to go all over the place, and then she has to, like, point a sword at you, and then, like, there's a whole dramatic sequence of events. I don't know, maybe she's able to tell the story normally at this point. Our world, like this one, had its share of would-be heroes, myself and Unukulhai among them. Yeah. Unlike your warriors of light, however, each was unaware of or unconcerned with our fellows. But to fight alone is to fall alone, and the insidious ether of the Aurosite used to seal primals, corrupted once noble souls and turned them one by one to darkness. Even those who resisted this fate could not escape its consequences. No surprise, perhaps, as we continued to struggle in solitude. We were spared by Asian machinations, but only as our world met its death. But what if that death could be undone? I was told that much of the first was consumed by light, as our home was by darkness. Yet balance and life are being restored to even that scoured land they call the empty. If such a thing is possible, then why not the reverse? Could we not bring light back to the 13th? Even the Asians considered the 13th lost. Thus it was excluded from the rejoining. But what say you? You have a way of making miracles happen. Anything is possible, or the world of darkness was not in a state I'd consider salvageable. Interesting. Also, Glennard is listening to this entire conversation like, what's happening? Sucro would say anything is possible. Maybe not within the scope of this epilogue quest line, but maybe in a future. That doesn't sound like an empty platitude coming from you. It was the same with Ardbert. Pardon the interruption, but might I suggest a closer examination of conditions on the 13th before we form any conclusions? How would we go about that safely? Or we could use the Crystal Tower to open a void gate, couldn't we, please? Could we, huh? Could we? Yeah, Glennard is gonna serve drinks to somehow the 2 throne room guards later. They're gonna be like, I have no idea why we're here, but I could use a non-alcoholic beverage. I think Sucro might say something like this, maybe. Have you lost your head? The Crystal Tower is not a toy, and you are not to use it to unleash a great and terrible void sent upon this world. According to the records, there was a group who worked out how to open small void gates through which to summon minor fell beasts and the like. Magics of that nature should work, though I'm unsure if any with knowledge of the original technique yet live. Ah, I see. That sounds familiar. There's one right over there. Oh yeah, there sure is. How fortunate. Let us inquire with this Tainor immediately. Yes, you do that. In the meantime, I will ready a means for peering into the depths of the void without endangering ourselves. Use these to contact me when you've prepared to open the gate. This is a lot more involved than I expected it to be. We shall, at the very first opportunity, I promise. Nod. Like, there's a lot more happening here than I expected. It's all very interesting. He really hasn't aged a day. Not that it should surprise me of all people, but... What a fascinating place to spend one's days. I should love to hear more about the patrons that have passed through. Do you have anything different to say? Nope. Okay. You're just the closest one to check. What about you, though? That dwarf can drink. I feel like there's an axe through my skull and she's completely fine. Yeah. Hey, Tainor, wanna open the void gate? Hello. It's always a pleasure, Sucro. Aye, but who's your friend? I don't believe we've met. We have not, as I'm not from this world. The situation is rather complicated, but I hope that you might be willing to assist me. I love that also Sareg, of all of the role quest people, Sareg was the most just sort of rolling with it kind of guy, and he's still forced to continue to roll with continuing absurdity. It is true that we had the means to open such portals. We called them hollows, and it was through one of these that I was drawn into the rift. So it is possible. Not with my power alone. I understand the greatness of your need, and when Yelbert at my side, I should be glad to make the attempt, but the technique required the combined force of our energies and resonance. If one person's magics are insufficient, perhaps I could assist. From what I can sense, our ethereal reserves are roughly equivalent, and our physical similarities suggest that our energies are not incompatible. Surprise, Unukalai and Tainor are reflections or something. Probably not. I fear you underestimate the difficulty of the task. Yelbert and I were born for this, and even so it took us years before our efforts were perfectly in step. I realize that it's a lot to ask considering we've just met, but could we not at least attempt it? Yours is the only such magic I've ever heard of, and if we might actually be able to save my home... May I interject? You will recall that the crystals in my possession preserve the memories of the former Warriors of Light, including Yelbert's in ethereal form. And Unukalai here has a particular talent for interpreting the minds and motives of ethereal beings, the primals. Interesting theory. If I could apply the same principles to interpret Yelbert's crystal... Nod. An experiment worth trying, at the least. I'll fetch it. Placed. Speak to me, Nielbert. Do his memories of training with Tainor remain? They do, and such strong sentiment with them. Tainor, you should know that Nielbert desired nothing so much as to rescue you, his dearest friend. He held so fiercely to his memories of the technique you mastered together, because he hoped they might be your salvation. Oh, Nielbert, I won't let them go to waste. I will do what I can to help see the 13th restored. Thank you. I won't pretend to understand the half of what's going on here. Just keep them from running headlong into anything too dangerous, will you? Leave it to me. Except determined, actually. Leave it to me is a different amount. Nothing to worry about so long as you're around, I'm sure. Wicked White, I nearly forgot. I've half a dozen orders to fill. You know where to find me when you've made progress with the gate. Yeah, people are just talking about other worlds all the time now. That's just how it is. Oh. We're ready when you are. That Onugalai could stand to slow down a bit, but who hasn't been a touch reckless in pursuit of a good cause? Trying to make sure he stays in one piece, eh? If you have no objection, Tainor, I'd like to practice creating hollows as soon as possible. Of course, but not within the Crystarium. If we succeed in opening even the smallest window into that realm, it's likely that fell creatures will emerge. Follow me. Wondering if this is going to be some sort of wacky callback to Tainor learning how to fight somehow. Because we're in, like, a similar place. If not exactly the same one. I don't think it's exactly the same. There you are. Please tell Tainor we can begin. Assuming no one ventures near, this location should be suitable. Onukalhai, when I give the word, begin channeling your ether. Yelbert's memories will have told you as much, but it's imperative that you maintain focus on our ethereal resonance throughout this process. With that in mind, Sucro, I ask that you take care of any creatures that emerge from the hollow. They should not be of a strength to challenge you, and it will allow us to adjust our attunement without risk. Leave it to me, actual. Then let us begin. Nod. Come on, flow where I tell you to. Let me attempt to match your focus. They have the same eye color, too, I've noticed just now. It opened. It's small, but enough to let something through. Be ready, Sucro. Battle theme. Oh. A shadow sprite of some sort. There are more pressing matters at hand. Void Torch. It's been quite a while since I opened a gate between worlds like this, but there are some things we never forget, aren't there? Hey, they have the same eye color as me, actually. I just noticed that too. That was far too much effort for such a small gate. On the contrary, given that this was your first attempt, it's incredible that we succeeded at all. Now try synchronizing your breath with mine. Focus on the rhythm of the ethereal flow. Alright, I'm ready. Ah, a larger hollow. Of course, the void scent may be proportionately stronger. Seems like maybe. Void Wanderer. Nope. Same amount of buttons to destroy. Okay, you're saying the same thing. It's a good enemy design, yeah. Oh, World of Darkness music, I think. Where your breath ends, mine begins. Where your ether flows, mine follows. Together. Unbelievable, full attunement so soon. Be ready, Sucro. It's the entire Cloud of Darkness. No, okay. It's the same model that's used in the Dancer questline, actually. There are more pressing matters at hand. I think this is in the Dancer questline anyway. Void Scavenger. Wow, you require more swords adventures compared to the previous ones. I think that's in the Dancer quests. I'm not really quite sure how to describe that enemy, but it's a good design. It's like a flower made of hair or something, I don't know. Like talking to an old friend. Yes, that's what it's like. I feel like these two could very easily be reflections of each other. I think I've grasped the principle now. I only need remember the feeling for next time. I almost feel as if I do remember it. Your ether is familiar somehow, but that's impossible, of course. Teru Teru Bozu is a Dark Souls boss? That's a good description. Both of those lines, I think, work for both Unukulhai, like, being a reflection of Nielbert, and also, they would also work for Unukulhai and Tainor being reflections of each other. I think they work for both possibilities. Hey look, it's everybody. And Gyat is drinking in the group shot, too, of course. Dang it, Gyat. Now that Tainor and I are capable of performing the necessary magics, I should like to make an attempt at investigating conditions on the 13th. Might I trouble you to contact Beklug? Phone call. Sucro, are you there? I hope you have not lost focus on the void problem. I have an exciting breakthrough to share, a work of Porksy-related genius, if I do say so myself. Beklug, excellent timing. We've made considerable progress as well, and are ready to open a portal when you are. Well then, what say you meet me at Laxon Loft forthwith? It's far enough from any major aetherites as to avoid the sort of ethereal interference that would be a hindrance to our observation of the void. Very well, we will see you at this Laxon Loft anon, or as soon as I can locate it. I'll lead the way. I too am eager to be one step nearer to our goal. You don't mind if I think of it as our goal, do you? Nod. I would be honored. Thank you, Tainor. One could, if they wanted to, take the shared goal as further evidence, like the immediately shared goal as further evidence that they could be reflections somehow, even though that's not like an established character trait or like trait of reflections or anything real. Well, kind of it is, kind of. I don't know. Similarities are increasing, is all. Not that Ardbert and Sucro are terribly similar outside of being warriors of varying brightness levels. Oh. This is Laxenloft. Wait, what? Oh, I guess further up. Yeah, okay. I can still scarce believe how quickly we progressed. It's almost as if we've been friends all along. It appears Beck-Luke has yet to arrive. Patience, Nikolai. Ah, Silva's here. I hope you weren't waiting too long. Or, Silva with adventure gear. No, wrong button. Almost disaster. Or, Ciela, I guess is what she's... I was thinking of the other name. What, you don't think I'd want to see this for myself? The 13th was my home too, if you recall. Quite, though as I explained, we won't be the ones doing the seeing, strictly speaking. This familiar will gather all the information we need, assuming you two can create a hollow for it to pass through. Nod. The scout pig, that's right. That will do nicely. Now fly, my Porksy, fly! Pig sound effects. And so the pig went into the void. Well, it's made it in. And something is coming out. It's... Oh. Whoa, that's a cool effect. Also boss music, also concerning. Oh, what the heck? Who? What? Who? What? My, that is an ugly one, isn't it? Whomst the heck are you? I hit with sword. What the frick is this? This is definitely unique design. Right? Boss music abruptly cut off. Hey, okay, like... Okay, Ciela, I know you said you don't want to fight Dvalin. Is this model anywhere else? I don't recall seeing this anywhere. Oh, well. Oh, the Necromancer boss in Weeping City. Don't remember that. Well, they're gone now. They actually had less health than the other enemies. As I expected, these creatures hardly pose a challenge to you. Maybe don't tell Sarek about how large and horrible that one was, though? We've already come further than I dared hope. I'm truly fortunate to have found Tainor. Those two have really taken to each other, haven't they? I suppose they are of a similar age, in some ways at any rate. Oh, wait, that's the model that boss uses? I don't remember that at all. Thank you for clearing that up. The Porksy ought to be back any moment now, though I can't sense it. Odd. Perhaps it's lost? If Sucro created an etheric beacon as she did for me, it might find its way back more easily. That may work. Give it a go. I will poke the rifts. There's a lot more like cutscenes and stuff in this epilogue than I thought too. Keep at it. Yeah, I'll just keep holding my hand here. It's fine. Ah, distinctly Porksy-like presence. I see the snout. Pig emerged. There we are. Now close that hollow before anything follows. For a second, I thought it wasn't going to close. Okay, so that was 4 gold then. Interesting. I forgot the name too. Oh, interesting. Weird. Alright, so what has the pig learned about the void? Grant us your knowledge. I believe it has performed its task thoroughly as instructed. Good, Porksy. With luck, its observations may indeed lead us to a means of deriving the darkness from the 13th. However, I will need to review its findings in detail before I can tell you more, and it could take years to deduce a suitable solution. This part of the game will become mandatory for the next expansion after Dawn Trail, because it's tying into a future story plot point. Ha 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 ha. Do all the role quests in Shadowbringers. Do them now. Do all of Warring Triad. I admit that I'm impatient to find a way forward, but I've endured millennia with half as much hope as I have now. If I must wait, then that is what I shall do. Like Sucro and your Warriors of Light, I will persevere until my world is safe once more. That is what a hero does. I think you'll make a good one. You as well. If that's the end of the excitement for the time being, we should head back over to the Wandering Stairs. Clear out that pall of anxiety Sarag is spreading all over the place. That's also, that's a good... If Wizard sitting on Orb was an entire, like, bomb equivalent, that would be pretty funny, I think. The Orb is clearly the bomb, obviously. Only a wizard would make a chair that explodes. This might be because only a wizard can do such a thing. Oh, there's a tiny child who stole bread over here that I never noticed. Huh, okay. What is that about? Tiny bread-stealing child. I did tell Sarag that everyone is fine, but you may need to assure him personally that Taynor hasn't been devoured by a void center, what have you. That's a very specific light novel. Ah, you've returned hale and whole. Not that I had any doubt that you would, of course. And how did your search of the Hollow go? We may have the information we need to save the 13th. Technically, it's a dark novel. Okay, fair. It may be some time, years maybe, until we can be certain, but I will be here for as long as it takes. On that subject, I've been thinking. Would you be interested in joining us? As a bounty hunter, I mean. Sarah and I hunt down sin eaters and other threats. The first was saved, but it remains far from safe. You could help us protect the people here. I think I would quite like that, protecting people. If I can do that, then perhaps I will find the strength I need when the time comes. Strength, you say? Sounds like you could use a dwarf with a massive hammer. It's them. I may have shared the tale of the 13th with a few other noted hunters. I know what it feels like to fight for something you've already lost, to need to find a way to make it right. And I know that it's not easy to fight on your own, inconvenient as that little truth might be, or may be. Nod. Thus a new team is born! This calls for a toast! Of course. I don't object, so long as this lot carries their weight. I'm a bounty hunter, not a fuka herder. Wait, you have fukas here too? Sukro is also in this shot, even though she's not actually part of the team. Exactly. She's like the team manager, I guess, kinda, in a way. Like, she brought them all together. Thank you so much, all of you. I would be honored to fight at your side. At your side. Hello. Indeed. Everyone is here. I shall do my best to justify the faith you've shown in me, and to save my home. Someday I hope we can visit it together. Nod. This seems like it's just making a gigantic "this will be important in the future" sort of plot thread. I wonder. Friends indeed. Okay. Hey, that's the tri-disaster icon. Why is that here? Or the, hold on. The, no, it's not. It's the, I swear it's a summoner icon. Hold on. If not now, then it was once, maybe. Yeah, I think it was once, but isn't now. The non-evolved form of Tri-Disaster? Oop, wrong button. That's right, I forgot. Yeah, it is. Okay. This was the Tri-Disaster icon before in the past. Now it's just the... Remember when Tri-Disaster was a bad nothing spell? Anyway. I'm glad Taynor's made a friend his own age. Bit on the odd side, but aren't we all? Training like that was nice. It was never easy, even back then, but I missed it. There's doubtless much I can learn from work as a bounty hunter, especially with Taynor as my guide. At loose ends, are you? You're welcome to loiter about here if you intend to spend some coin while you're at it. Not that I'm not grateful for the business you've brought in, mind. The hunters are here even more often now than that they're working together, and their accounts never go unsettled for long. They're a pain in the arse to serve, of course. Maybe I'll drop your name next time I need them to behave. Still, it's nice to feel like something grand is in motion again. Perhaps Ardbert rubbed off on me more than I anticipated. Oh, jeez. Are these all this is all recap stuff, probably. Still tending the bar, cleaning up after drunkards in Glenard. If this is the punishment you had in mind, I struggle to fathom a harsher fate. In all seriousness, I continue to use my spare moments to entertain patrons with stories of the Warriors of Light, and thanks to your recent exploits, it's never been easier to find willing ears. Okay, fair enough. What's more, with no more imposter walking about deceiving the masses, I'm now free to share the tale in its entirety, to speak the unadulterated truth. It seems I'll remain in my calling as a tavern wench for a while yet. Tell me about the Shadowkeeper. Why, only the greatest villain of her day, the mysterious architect of countless tragedies all across Norvrent who finally faced justice at the hands of the Warriors of Light. The betrayer whose defeat set in motion events culminating with the Flood of Light. But you knew that much, didn't you? There's a level 80 summoner quest that ties into the Endwalker healer role quest. Interesting. Storyteller at the library has new dialogue. Interesting also. Before I took that name, I was known by another in the 13th, the shard all but subsumed by darkness. There I met with Asians who convinced me that the only path to salvation was to embrace the dark and journey into this world. I had two objectives. One was to raise up heroes brave and true, worthy champions of the light, Ardbert and the others. I would join them in their journey and shepherd them unto glory. Heroes need enemies to grow stronger, and so I sowed the seeds of discord. From Lakeland to Calusia, from Amareng to Ilmeg, I set in motion events that would forever change the lives of my comrades and countless others. My second objective was contingent on the first. I would confront the adventurers forged by hardship into warriors of light and strike them down at the height of their power, ensuring that the delicate imbalance between the primordial forces would be preserved just so. But in the end, I failed. Ardbert, Limit, Brandon, Rendore, Njelbert. These are the names of the villains responsible for the Flood of Light which nearly destroyed our world. Lies and slander, of course. They were as much victims of fate as any of us. They traveled the length and breadth of Norvrent, helping those in need, and for their deeds came to be known as heroes. But sometimes all it takes to destroy your reputation is a bad turn. And yet, despite everything that happened, they refused to give up. They cut a deal with the man in white and made one last desperate gamble. But you know that tale better than me, don't you? Tell me about Eden. Eden? And what should I know about that? Mitron, you're quite certain? And a girl bearing Logriff's soul? I thought I sensed something oddly umbral about the Crystarium of late. Ardbert meant to put an end to the whole business, but truth be told, I wouldn't mind retreading old memories a bit. It might be nice to share a pint with the girl, once she's of age, of course. As a matter of fact, do you think this Gaia would make a good waitress? No? Damn. Gaia would not. No, I don't think she would want that job. Tell me about Unukalai. As I mentioned, we've never met in our previous lives, or should I say, while we were properly alive? This never gets less confusing. In any case, we each fought to protect the 13th, but alone as we were, I can hardly say I know the details of his efforts, only the regrets that we shared after. It wasn't too long before we went our separate ways to play our separate parts, yet here we are again. One last chance to walk the noble path together? Who can say? The other hunters aren't half bad at killing stuff, but we need to work on their drinking habits. Who drinks wine with dinner? Many people, Giat. Many people. Not me, though. They're a good lot, the other hunters. They really care about Unukalhai and saving that world of his. I'm happy to help however I can. Except for the drinking. Count me out of that. I agree. Oh, don't fret so. I've already told Miss Elvira that I'll be in the Crystarium for the time being. The opportunity was just too good to pass up. Think of what we could do with all of us hunters together. Introducing the next expansion after Dawn Trail, where the trailer starts with the UI message popping up and saying like, in this expansion you will play as, and it follows this group of people and doesn't pay attention to the Warrior of Light at all for a single moment. That would be a wild gameplay twist. I would miss Sucro, but that would be cool. Or maybe like a raid series where you have like your abilities, but your character model is replaced by whoever is the closest to your skill set. Or something. I don't know. Meanwhile in the void. That's right. Cabinet. I would really miss Sucro though. So yeah. I wonder if you have something new to say also. You needn't say a word. The king has already told me all. I couldn't be happier for everyone, the Exarch especially. Okay, you're talking about something else. Yeah, I've read that dialogue before. Mm-hmm. So I'm guessing that this is different slightly. This specific dialogue option, speak about Ardbert and his companions. There's no mention of anything you've told us in the books here in the cabinet. Perhaps it's time I made a contribution to our collection of works. That's it. Apparently. No worries, it was worth checking. So, taking a look at sucroplans.txt, Role Quest for Healer and Epilogue, Role Quest Epilogue Part 1, done. Void Quest, Role Quest Epilogue Part 2, done. Oh right, gotta go to the inn. We've got to check the end of 5.2. Well, thank you for petting Calico. I was startled by that. I'm going to look at... So we've seen Granson. I'm going to look at every other option. I'm going to assume... I'm guessing that I know who the new option is, but yeah. Oh. Why, hello there. I see. Well. I see. Hello. I assume this is a random chance. What's the... Is it this? Yes.
Shoe bill detected. Warning, warning.
There's a shoe bill. I wish there was an emote that made it look like you were taking an obnoxious selfie. So that I could take an obnoxious selfie with the shoe bill. Specifically, I want Sucre to be doing like a V for victory sign and grinning at the camera and like holding her other arm out as if holding a phone. Holding a tombstone. Where is the tombstone selfie emote? Add it. I'll pay you $3. No. There is a tombstone emote, but it's not the same. Where is it? There it is. It's not quite the same. Ah, the shoe bill is in a void now. Thanks to fog. I believe Alligans totally would have invented the selfie. Besides, Final Fantasy has selfies in it. There's a history of selfies in Final Fantasy. I mean, one of the characters in Final Fantasy VIII is named Selfie. That's not... That joke was... I was reaching for a joke there. Anyway, So, let's see. Yeah, I need to not main scenario. Posts. Or is it post 2? No, this is 5.4 and onward. Okay, so Echoes of a Fallen Star. Yes? Cutscene 2? I believe. All right. So as we know, this changes depending on role quests completed. Here's Suko sleeping in armor as usual. She's always doing this, I guess. Also with her ears clipping through the pillow. No shoe bill. I mean, the window is closed, but still. Something about actual liquid pouring into actual container is still kind of impressive. We've seen this part. It's Sucro. Friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember them from that business with the cardinal virtues. And there we are. Ciella's here too. Yeah. That's what I expected. Oh, also Taynor specifically and not Serig. But we've seen Granson. Apparently there's a Ciela option if you've done all of the epilogue stuff. That's why I was instructed to revisit this. But let's go through all of them in order. We've seen Granson, so let's say Gyat. I don't remember the Granson scene very well, but still. Lolly ho, stranger! I imagine they all say somewhat similar things, probably. So there I am, minding my own business, quaffing my ale, when I hear a ruckus outside, and then clear as day, warrior of light. That sounded like trouble to me, and I knew that if anyone was gonna trouble herself over that trouble, it'd be you. So I gave Glennard the old, but I'm your best customer routine till he agreed to bring me here. Now I know where you live. Great, ain't it? I've lost the accent again. Now I know where you live. Sucro. Oh no. Dang it, Gyat. Some bastard's walking around wearing Lemit's Ardbert like a second-hand jerkin? Yeah. I don't know what's more offensive. That or that you let him leave without a proper dwarven decking. Oh, you brought up the dwarven decking again. Gasp. He did vanish into thin air, or certain Hobson refused to teach me. He did vanish into thin air. Look, you can only hit people you cast vanish with spells. In a pinch, an improvised decking would have been fine. Tell you what, I'll show you how to knock that bastard flat in the blink of an eye here and now. Taboos be damned. After all, we ain't about to let him keep on like that, are we? Pretending to be Ardbert, limits Ardbert. Nod. Bespoke, like leaving a stool animation. Step 1, make a fist. Step 2, extend your arm like so. Step 3, beat him senseless. Got it? Great. So it's like a punch. Good, now make me proud. That might just be the regular Lalafell animation for using sit when you are already sitting, maybe. Sucro taking notes on doing a punch. Hey look, it's the ominous shot of the moon that we've seen before. Glare. I'm gonna punch the moon. Okay, let's see that again. From a different perspective. Oh, really? That's cool. I didn't realize that. I was thinking of you keeping account of them, yeah. These are just reflections of that particular ominous shot of the moon. Though there aren't a total of 13 of them or anything. I should have. No, it would have been too much effort to switch outfits based on the role quest that I was looking at for this. I would have had to go back and find this in the menu every time, but it would have been neat, maybe. It's fine. This is canon Shadowbringers and post Shadowbringers until Endwalker Sucro. By the way, that reminds me of something. As Sucro bonks herself in the face with this mug. Boonk. Oh, I didn't actually save an image of it. But, you may recall I mentioned ordering a figurine of Sucro. It's shipped. It has an estimated delivery date. That's exciting for me. And maybe for you if you like seeing a cool Sucro sometimes. I wish there was, like, bonk.wave in that cutscene. Lurik. Sucro real, exactly. Hello. What charming accommodations. That face was good. Unique face for Lurik going, whoa, in room. I had come to dine at the Wandering Stairs, you see, when I spied a considerable gathering of locals. Then the sky caught fire, and, well... You must know what it all means. Anything you'd care to share with a friend? It means a lot. A lot of things are happening, Lurik. Apple. That is alarming, to say the least. It's all well and good that others have come to appreciate the Warriors of Light, but we cannot allow this charlatan to exploit their legacy. So... Yes, why not? We shall reform the indomitable duo that is Reek and Sucro and put an end to his shenanigans. It could be a character size thing. I think it's Sucro's hairstyle that makes it look like it's doing that. Because she has a... Because a lot of the hair is in front of her face. So, like, the mug clips through it a little bit. Apple rolling across the table slightly. That's very kind of you. Yes, I know. No need to say it. You've no intention of involving me. I'm stupid, but I'm not naive. Apple. Retrieved. Look at my cool talent to bite this apple without biting the apple. Twice, even. I'm taking this, by the way. You're the better hunter and the better person Besides, I'm reminded of Rinda Ray, that that's hardly a surprise, is it? It made a crunch sound, so it was definitely supposed to be a bite. Also, this apple has been sitting on this table for like 500,000 years, so I bet it's not even real. I bet it's like a wax apple and he's just biting it anyway. Lurik, please. For her sake, for all of theirs, show this pretender what it truly means to be a hero. Nod. Violently kisses the apple? Oh no. Thumbs up. Time to look at the moon again. This time I'll think about shooting it with a gun, I mean arrow. I'm gonna pay attention to the moon phase and see if it changes between scenes. It's probably just like the current time of night, or the current moon phase in the... I didn't even realize this game kept track of moon phase. I fully believe that Lurik would, like, either not recognize that it was a wax apple or recognize it and then continue to eat it in an attempt to not look foolish. Probably the second one. I think he would probably know what an apple is and what wax is. Probably. Probably. We can only hope. The bonk is not gonna get less funny. Hold on, I need to prepare in advance. I'm going to attempt to play this with correct timing on the next iteration of this cutscene. Bonk.wave is very important. Taynor. Wait, that means it has to be on Ciella's. Hello, Taynor. It's important to stay hydrated. Pray forgive my late visit. I heard the man who called himself a warrior of light speak, you see, and saw the stars falling from the heavens. Sarek grew tired of my endless fretting and bade me call upon you if it would put my mind at ease. Is there aught you can tell me? I can say a lot of words. I'm very good at speaking. I do it all of the time. Asterisk. Not exactly true. An imposter. I feared you might say that. I believed him. I wanted to believe him. How wonderful it was that even one of them returned. I thought... Yet if he's not the man you knew, then I'm sorry. I know all too well how that feels. I can only imagine how it must hurt to be unable to speak the truth. How you must abide the lie for fear of condemning those fallen heroes once more. It may not be my place, but allow me to offer you a few words of advice, as you once did me. Remember how dear he was to you and be brave. Smile. Thank you, my friend. Oh, I'm not half so eloquent as you, but I hope that it helps. I don't know if Sucro is that eloquent, but okay. Bow. That one seemed shorter. Taynor had a bit less to say and also left the room differently. Same phase of the moon. I'm gonna punch the moon. With spells. Okay. Last one. I suppose that's befitting him, yeah. I was a bit slow. But it was a good try. Ciela. She's just suddenly there. In such a way that startles Glenard. You look very serious. Good evening. Gasp? Ah, clever way to animate Sucro closing the door. Oh, and okay, this scene is very different. I was in the Exedra. I saw everything. That was Ardbert, and it was not. Twice now he has appeared, calling the people to arms. Speaking of heroes. Yeah, this is pretty significantly different from the other versions of this. I knew this day might come. Ardbert never did reappear as a virtue. But to see his flesh stolen by the selfsame Ascian that made mock of their sacrifice. Yeah, it sucks. I spent years searching for a means to redeem their legacy. His legacy. And in you I found it. You slew the virtues, reclaimed the stars. You spoke the truth and the people listened. When I heard our patrons speak of how the warriors of light had been their saviors all along, I thought, at last, at long last. Why do you still seem menacing and evil about this a little bit? Habit? I was a fool. I cannot ask more of you, not after what you've given, but I must. Set him free. Lay him to rest with the others, in honor and triumph. Nod. A lot of very subtle face expressions in this scene too. Yeah. Same glare at the moon. Except for never flipped the lights on. Alright. That was all of the Echoes of a Fallen Star cutscene variant. Oh, Shoebill's still here. I thought you were going to leave. I see you. Point. I don't think I was directly facing. Point. It doesn't look like she's pointing at the burden. It looks more like it from this angle. Also, it's menacing how the shoebill continues to animate. What do you even count as in this scene? Probably just NPC, yeah. Can you... You do not obey face camera button. That is the nature of shoebills in general. Shoebills look like this. This is also true in Kimono Friends. Because I watched season 1 of that once. Shoebill is the first character to know what a human is in that. Are you assuming cosmic villains, or is there evidence of cosmic villainy? Don't tell me, because I didn't watch the trailer. I don't want spoiler. I'll watch the trailer when I'm caught up. Okay, fair enough. Just checking. It's fortuitous that we saw the shoebill. Okay, so sucroplans.txt. We literally have 2 things to do. Well, granted, one of them is fairly involved. Both of them are fairly involved. All we have to do before Endwalker, since I'm skipping the rest of Nier, is the Sorrow of Wurlet and Death Unto Dawn. That's it. Wait, that was the final Shadowbringer related thing at all? I guess? Yeah, that's true. Because Wurlet is in the first. I mean, the source. Huh. We're very close. I'm expecting that trial series will take like 2 or 3 streams, maybe? Maybe. This is not where I intended to go, actually. What do you mean by nasty stuff? Oh, that is pretty messed up. But messed up in the way that the game will surely be like, wow, this is messed up. So, like, at least there's that. But yeah, this has been Final Fantasy XIV. The remainder of the Shadowbringers role quests and the epilogues associated with it, and also the cutscenes associated with having completed those epilogues, or at least one of the epilogues. Because I think you could have seen that Ciela scene without the Void Quest part, probably. But yeah, next time on Final Fantasy XIV, the Trials series introduced in Shadowbringers. Almost certainly not the complete Trials series. I don't know, I'm guessing 1 or 2 streams, because I think... Actually, yeah, it is. It is... I don't remember if I ever actually, like, processed that this was a Lucky Cat carbuncle. Now that you mention it, what is this item called? Distracted. It's not the carbuncle lantern. It's stuffed carbuncle. The right paw of this plush carbuncle is raised to beckon fortune into a household or place of commerce. Effectiveness varies. It's exactly a Lucky Cat, actually. Somehow I never thought about this, even though it's been there for probably like a year. Wait, when did I start playing? When did I start streaming Final Fantasy XIV? When is the day that Sucro began to exist on the internet as in stream? I need to look that up later. Anyway, it's also not the same as her in-game birthday. Anyway. Next time will probably be the start of the Trials series, which I anticipate will probably take 2 streams at minimum. And this is probably... I'm guessing this because I believe that the Four Lords questline took 2 streams, I think? If I am remembering correctly. And also, like, doing as much of the Omega raids as I did at once was maybe a little bit unwise, so it would probably be more wise to split it into 2 unless it's actually very short. And then, yeah. 5.5 could also take 2 because it would be longer than 5.4 by being a 0.5 patch. That means there's a bit more to it. But it could be 1. So there's... I'm going to say 2 to 4 streams until we're officially at Endwalker. And then the stream after that will be the start of Endwalker, which is kind of wild. Like, what? How did that happen? I remember always being like, I'll never get there in my entire life. It'll be 3,000 million billion years. I would literally mash letters on, or mash numbers on the row of my keyboard that has numbers on it to attempt to illustrate the amount of time I would expect it to take for me to get anywhere. But that's because I wasn't able to stream as much as I have been able to now. So let's see. If I manage to stream on every Final Fantasy...
Funny how quickly 234,542,432 years pass, isn't it? Soon, Sucrofunk will walk the end. Stay tuned.
Wow. I think it's cool how Callie parsed that as the number and read it as the number, instead of reading each number individually. Also, that noise startled me again. But yeah, if I am able to stream Final Fantasy XIV on every Wednesday and Friday, which is not guaranteed, especially because one of these Fridays is the release date of Fae Farm, which I'm looking forward to. Let's see. Let's calculate. So if Warlit takes 2 streams, it'll be the 30th and the 1st. And then if 5.5 takes 1 stream, it'll be on the 6th. And then, oh no, the release date is the day I'd be an Endwalker. Ah, geez. Ah, shucks. Ah, beans. Oh no. The ultimate prank. I've got to Endwalker, now to play a farming sim. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I don't know if that'll happen. We'll find out. So the earliest, unless Warlit takes 1 stream somehow, the earliest possible day that Endwalker could happen would be on the 8th of September. And I did get, hold on. Let me also, expected delivery date for this, the figurine is the 7th to the 13th. So, wow. Endwalker in early September or mid-September, depending. That's, whoa, no, keyboards aren't real. No, stop it. Okay, that's wild. Thank you all for watching and continuing to have watched so much of this adventure. That is interesting. If 6.5 is released before I am completed with 6.0, I'll be able to plan out how to do that. Do we actually have a release date for 6.5? Is it early October? Do we know this? I believe you. I just didn't know that. Oh, just early October. Okay. It'll almost certainly be released before I get to it in that case, which means I could... Well, 6.0 will take a while. And by the end of that, we'll have to plan out... Maybe I'll enlist the help of the viewers to plan out, or have ideas for how to plan out covering the rest of it. Anyway, thank you all for watching. This has been Final Fantasy XIV. I appreciate that help. I feel like it could be... I think gathering opinions from everyone watching would also be helpful, but I appreciate it. Anyway, Final Fantasy XIV, thank you for watching. Thank you for continuing to follow Sucro's adventures through... Thank you for petting Calico. I don't know why that sounded startling me today, but it's funny. So, thank you for petting Calico again. If you are interested in links for things such as social media and donations, borealrobin.cardwith2rs.co as usual. It would also be helpful if you'd consider following and subscribing here if you haven't already. Though I think, like, everybody here has a subscription right now because of 50 billion gift subs being fired from a gift sub cannon by the ever-generous Rika. Shoutouts to Rika. Anyway, yeah, any of that stuff would be very helpful, but of course none of it's necessary. And yeah, your viewership, also great support. Have a good rest of your day and or night, and I will see you at the next stream whenever that is. Good night, everyone. That's Sucro. Wow.